Well, a very good morning and welcome back to The Hague and day 2 of The Hague Grand-Prix. And it's a very good morning to former world champion and now turned IJF refereeing supervisor, Neil Adams. Morning, Neil.
Yeah, good morning to you. And loving this job, by the way. I love this job. I love being here with you, of course I do.
We love having Neil here.
And having a great time. We had a good first day of competition, didn't we? It started a little bit slowly for us. We seemed to go onto the wrong mats all the time. But anyway, it got better and better and ended up with some great ippons in the final block.
The nice thing that Neil has just mentioned there is that sometimes, we do have a slow start. There are a few contests that either go into, long golden scores and no scores at all. Hey, that's the way that it is sometimes. But what we're not going to do is to sit here and tell you, oh, wasn't that fantastic all day and it was all great. No, sometimes it is a little bit tricky.
And sometimes it starts a bit slower than others, doesn't it?
But it also means that when we tell you it was good,
it was good.
Then it really was.
Yeah.
Now, we're going to see what's going to happen today. We've got 4 weight categories to bring you 2 men, 2 women. We've got the under 73 and the under 81 kilo category for men and the under 63 and the under 70 kilo category for women. We're going to take a look at the top 4 seeds in each weight category. Neil's going to jump in and say whether one of those 4 or maybe someone from outside the top 4 is likely to show, and I'll just read out those top 4 names for you now. We'll start with the under 63 kilo category. The number 1 seed is Jules Fransen of the Netherlands. The number 2 seed is Baldorj Mungunjemeg of Mongolia. The number 3 seed is Alice Schlesinger of Great Britain. And the number 4 seed is Sanne Vermeer of the Netherlands.
Yeah.
One of those or someone else?
Well, I think the 2 Netherlands, on home ground. Fransen, obviously, she's in there, isn't she? With a great chance and very consistent at the moment. Doi of Japan, we've never heard of her, but this Japanese team that's here so far has created a few surprises, and they're leading the medals after the first day, which when you consider that this whole team is probably not going to compete in Japan next week, and their top 4 are not here in each weight category. So she'll be a surprise as well.
For me, that's the biggest point about the Japanese team here. They've done a nice thing, the Japanese, and they have sent the team bearing in mind that their top 4 in every weight is waiting at home for us to go there to Osaka in a few days' time.
Just
really,
a few days' time, and it's going to be all systems go. But they're number. Their lower down team, their number 5 team, have come here and they're doing the business. So let's look out for her. And there was one other name that I saw here, Quadros, of course, and Kostenko of Russia. You never know who's going to come out there. Quadros, always a handful.
Yeah. Okay, let's take a look at the top 4 seeds in the under 70 kilo category. The number 1 seed is Caitlin Quadros' teammate Maria Portela of Brazil. The number 2 seed is Sanne van Dijk of the Netherlands. The number 3 seed is Anna Bernholm of Sweden. And the number 4 seed is Sally Conway of Great Britain.
Olympic and world bronze medalist Conway always in there with the chance. Bernholm is having a great run at under 70 kilograms, isn't she? She's on form in the category at the moment. Van Dijk is going to be there, and Patella, of course, so consistent. So it could be either one of those coming through, I think.
Okay, we've got 2 more weight categories to look at. These are the 2 men's categories, and in the under 73 kilo category, the number 1 seed is Lasha Shavdatuashvili of Georgia. The number 2 seed is Akil Zhakova of Kosovo. The number 3 seed is Toha Butbul of Israel, and the number 4 seed is Denis Iyatsev of Russia.
That's going to be a great one, isn't it? I don't know who's going to come out of that. Shavdatuashvili is, man on form at the moment. Jakova also in great form. The Kosovans just having a great run of it. Butbul in there and Chev, where it's going to be a great category. Don't know who's going to come out the best, but they're going to be there and roundabouts.
Well, the nice thing for Shavdatuashvili is that Zhakova is on the other side, other half of the draw. So that is good. We saw yesterday with Vaza Margvelashvili just how strong he was. I mean, he really powered his way through that under 66 kilo category. It was only in the final against Baruch Shmailov that he went the distance. The rest of the time was ippons.
Yeah, but that's, I think that matches like that show what a great champion is, because he realised that he wasn't going to throw him for ippon, but, he got his score. and played a really good tactical match, didn't he? Just managed to keep him out, do enough all the way through, and I thought that really showed him as a really good judo player.
One of the best matches of the day yesterday.
I thought so.
That
I
final.
thought so.
Right, in the under 81 kilo category, the current world champion, newly installed with a red back patch, will be Saeed Molahi of Iran. The number 2 seed is Frank de Witt of the Netherlands, the home favourite. The number 3 seed is Dominic Ressel of Germany, didn't have to come very far. And then the number 4 seed is Sagi Muki of Israel. So a nice mix of fighters there. Where's that one going?
Well, it's gonna be a great one because Sagi Muki on great form, just off the back of a win. Malay is the world champion. He's just shown what he's made of as well. You know, we know that he's a massive thrower. But look out for Frank de Witt on home ground.
Now, the Dutch didn't take a medal yesterday, so today, with so many powerful fighters, I mean, we've mentioned, 2 or 3 women, and at least one man.
And I think that he's going to be definitely, he's going to come out all guns blazing.
I think the other thing that they'd want to look at is, yesterday we had, a reasonable little crowd for a Friday. Today we've got as many people in before we've got going. Yeah. So I know this is going to be a good crowd today and tomorrow.
Sunday always is, isn't it? So looking forward to some great judo today. The middleweights always creates a lot of explosive ippon. So let's see what happens.
We're only a minute or so away from getting underway. What's it like when you're in the warm-up area, your first fight on? You are the first fight on. What are the nerves like?
Well, I always talk about it as being Olympic tunnel syndrome, because you're waiting to come out, you've got to kick it all off. And I pointed it out yesterday. The first fight is a final fight, because you've got to get through that first fight to be able to fight in the final block. And you've got to come through it. So you've got to be well warmed up and prepared mentally. And of course, 9 o'clock in the morning, you've got to be able to do it as well as doing it at 9 o'clock at night.
All day. Right, okay. We are going to start by taking a look at the opening contest on mat number 2 in the under 81 kilo category. Nikon Zaboroscic of Moldova faces Ivelo Ivanov of Bulgaria. It'll be Zaboroscic in the white judogi, Ivanov in blue. You at home have got the choice of whichever mat it is that you want to look at. If you click on number 1, you will get 1. 2 gets 2, 3 gets 3, and if you click on the little icon that looks like a microphone, then you will get the commentated channel. That will be Neil and myself, or Dennis van der Geest and Neil, because we'll have the big fella up here at some stage. And we've got a special interview with the silver medalist in the under 57 kilo category from yesterday, Liu Tongjian of China, a resurgent Chinese women's team. It will be interesting to have a chat with her. She speaks beautiful English. We'll have a chat with her a bit later on. Let's get underway with the first contest. There's Neil.
Well, I'm really interested to see Ivanov here now. Ivanov was one of the emerging stars, wasn't he? He was, for me, he was going to be a challenger for the world title, and then just went off the boil a little bit. I'm not sure whether it was through injury, but definitely went off the boil a little bit. But he's in blue here. Let's see how he does in his first round match. He's got to get through this, as I said at the opening here. Got to get through this match to progress. Always the most difficult match, I think, the first round match. It really is, because you just got to get into your flow, and you've got to prevent that surprise ippon that can happen in the opening seconds. You don't want that to happen.
Who was it that... Well, it happened in the final for the Li Yanan, the bronze medal contest yesterday in the under 48 kilo category.
Absolutely.
Diashi Barai, I think it was.
Just caught flat, and it does happen.
Krasnicki was who caught her, wasn't it?
Yes.
That was a bit of a save for the Kosovan girl, because she'd taken the gold in Tashkent, and then a bronze here, you're okay with that. You know, you medalled again and you're on the podium. But had she come away with the 5th place, I think that would have been a real disappointment to go from the very, you know, top spot, gold medal, no medal. Yeah. So, you know, a bit of a save for her. Especially in the lead up to the Masters, you want to make sure that you're best placed as far as seeding and everything is concerned, because there is no hiding place in the Masters. Different tournaments, you might, you know, dodge a bullet here or there, but in the Masters, it's the top 16 in the world. As Neil was just saying, everyone's there from the get-go. Real problems.
Oh, now then. Great, good example of a Wazari there. Total overthrow there, landing on his side. Beautifully executed. Cianagi there from Ivanov, and well, I was just about to say I'm finding it difficult to find the coordination, but certainly found it there. Can he get the leg out? If he gets the leg out because of that Wazari on the board, he'll just need to hold for 10 seconds. Tying up the top half.
Well, for those of you who were thinking that Neil was, you know, a little bit over generous with his thoughts on Ivanov, that was an example of the kind of quality that we saw 2, 3, nearly 4 years ago from Ivanov, and that's why Neil was saying he expected a lot more. You know, so did the rest of us. Anyone who was commentating on judo saw what he could do, and he just hit that plateau and, you know, never got off it.
Well, he went to world #1 and in the world rankings, and that doesn't always indicate world champion, and winning a world championships is slightly different. Now, the world rankings, of course, very, very important as far as judo is concerned, because we qualify for the Olympic Games through the world rankings, and the top 18 people in every weight category will get automatic qualification for the Olympic Games. But not so easy, because it means that all the way through the Grand-Prix, Grand Slam, the IJF world ranking events, it means that you've got to be consistent all the time, and then you've got to go to the big events, and you've got to perform on the big stage. And he's still to do it, Ivanov. He's got Grand-Prix, Grand Slam medals, and dominating this match all the way through it, obviously. He's had a couple of chances in Newaza as well. We've seen the transition into Newaza, even hooked in for the Juji, but couldn't quite straighten the arm out.
The referee in the middle is Gostini Balas of Hungary. He's morphed from a reasonable referee from a couple of years ago to one of the best in the world at the moment. Really is.
I doubt whether he knows just how good Ivanov is, because you know, Ivanov is been struggling with him a little bit. He's been fighting extremely well against a very strong Bulgarian, and a Shido there for just dropping on his hands and knees there, Ivanov, and you can see there's going to be a second Shido there on 3 seconds to go.
I like the fact that he didn't, Balas didn't give him the Shido immediately. He let the Newaza go just to see what was going to happen, and then as soon as he got up,
he got it.
Penalty.
Well, and good to see that, of course, penalties given towards the end of the contest as well as at the beginning. What we don't want to see, though, is just fighters fighting for negativity and just to get the Shidos. And I think that the supervisors and the referees have been instructed that that's not what we want. We want positivity. Obviously, tactics very important, but positive tactics as opposed to negative tactics. I think he's quite glad to get that fight out the way there, Ivanov. It was blow off the cobwebs, and let's see. There's the Cianagi at last. He did a few of them, and that was one that was well coordinated. Total overthrow, and gets him onto his side for the Wazari.
Right, coming up next, Victor Bush of Sweden. He's up against Uros Nenkovic of Serbia. It's Bush in the white judogi, Nenkovic in blue. Down on mat number 1, you've got Danny Williams of Great Britain and Shabatirov of Germany. Caitlin Quadros of Brazil and Valentina Kostenko of Russia. Now, Neil mentioned those two fighters at the beginning of our introduction. Don't know if you want to go down there and have a look at that, Caitlin Quadros.
Well, you know what? Yeah, we can do. Let's. Why don't we do that? Because Quadros and Kostenko of Russia, I think that's quite an important one. I think one of those is going to cause a little bit of trouble.
Okay, Freddie, let's see if we can go down to mat number 3. We're going to join the contest between Caitlin Quadros of Brazil and Valentina Kostenko of Russia. Quadros has got Rosario on the board. We've got half the contest still to come. It's Quadros in the white judogi, Kostenko in blue.
Yeah, you just get that feeling that one of these is going to cause trouble. Quarter semi-final stages of this competition. Well, the Russian just having problem with the grips there, and Quadros has got to be a little bit careful she doesn't get Shido for blocking the sleeve. Just catching the edge of the sleeve and pushing it downwards isn't enough. You've got to use it in order to get the reaction, use it for positive attacks. That was interesting. Quadros trying to throw there from the transition. Standing transition, not the opposite way round. And we saw a couple of scores yesterday, and we actually had a couple of people coming through to us about a photograph which indicated that somebody was on the ground, a still photograph, which didn't give us, it didn't tell us anything actually, but if one is standing and still able to throw, it's still standing. The match is still standing, and we'll try and point that out actually. There's a Wazari back there from Kostenko. Sodi Surikomigoshi there, and Quadros now in a little bit of trouble here. She's going to go for the Juji Gatami. Watch Kostenko try and hook into the arm. Quadros does well, pulls the arm through. Well, this has just turned around, hasn't it now? Kostenko, from a Wazari down, is now in a really, really good position. Can she get the leg out? Referee going to give it a little bit of time.
Here it comes.
Yeah, takes the leg out, and she's going to go again. Referee will allow it. If he thinks that there's going to be a possibility for an ippon at the end of this, he'll let it go.
Yeah, just a pause there, and
yeah, she needed to keep busy, didn't she? That's for sure.
good timing for the second wrap of the leg from Quadros there. She mistimed that. It's curtains.
Golden score. I know for certain that as far as the golden scores are concerned, that if they're not attacking and if it's a negative match, then they will penalise probably a little bit more stringently than they did yesterday, because we had a lot of golden scores yesterday, probably a few too many. But that's the nice thing about having these tournaments, and having meetings after the each day, because you can readjust, and the referees have to readjust as well as the fighters. It's adjusting to rules and adjusting to the way that they're portrayed and the way they're played. So 2 penalties each now. It is possible. I don't think it will happen, but it is possible for 2 disqualifications. And that's going to be it. It's all over, actually. Quadros has gone over, and Kostenko changed the direction there. Uchimata into the Ouchigari. She drove it backwards there for a second Wazari, and she gets the ippon.
Well, you were right this morning when you picked out Valentina Kostenko, because that opens up her part of the draw now. So a good win for the Russian. Caitlin Quadros was the seeded player in that part of the quarter. The other one was Jewel Franson at the top. She's the number 1 seed, but Kostenko getting past her will face the winner of the upcoming contest. That's between Yang Junqiao of China and Alicia Gallus of the United States of America. Yang may be one of those new Chinese on the scene. Well, we're going to find out, although I do remember having seen her before. Yang in the white judogi, Gallus in blue. They put on a bit of a show yesterday, didn't they?
Well,
Chinese.
yeah, that's it. I mean, 2 finalists. Did they get 2 gold medals?
Two silvers.
2 silvers, didn't
Yeah.
they? 2 silvers in the end. Yes.
And then the other competitor in the under 48 kilo category fought for the bronze and lost.
Yeah. No, it was a great performance. And for lightweights, you know, they're known obviously for their heavyweights or their heavier weights, and they perform well.
Well, when Dennis van der Geest makes his way up here, I'll go and unearth Lo Tongjen, and I'll come back with her and I'll have a chat with her, and she can tell us all about their training, what they're doing, what the squad is like, what their aims and goals are. We'll get the inside track on the Chinese women's team. I doubt very much whether she'll be able to tell us about the men's, because that's under the charge now of Songdae Nam.
Yeah,
the
so
Olympic champion from London 2012 in the under 90 kilo category. Chance here?
Yeah, good turnover there. She was tied up from the top half there, and that was a really nice turnover. It ties the head up, ties the body up, and just pulls her back for the outside commi, and just needs to hold her for a few more seconds. Is she going to get out?
Still got the shoulder trap there.
Yeah, just about. And there's well, that was really close, wasn't it, as to whether she kept it under control. Gets the ippon in the end.
For me, I was okay with the control because she couldn't get out of that position. The one shoulder was still trapped. She'd managed to turn the bottom, the lower half of the body completely, so it gave the impression that she was out. Still couldn't get the shoulder off the mat though.
No.
So I'll go with that. It's a little bit like that, the Kezigatami, where the bottom half of the body could turn completely
over.
But you still
that
got
only
the top
happens with
half.
the women though,
Yeah,
doesn't it? With the men. We can't even lift an arm up above our heads. Well, good chance now to see Doi Misaka of Japan, and just to see what we're dealing with here, and Sherer of Israel is the one that's got to face her.
The 2 teams that we spoke about yesterday, the Chinese and the Japanese, go back to back here. Had a chance to see what they're about. Well, we had a bit of a look at Yang. She's reasonably tidy on the ground. At least she's got something there. Let's see what Doi's got to offer up.
I would be interested to know actually where this Japanese team was selected from. Quite often it's from the Kodokan tournament, or it's from a university tournament, and they'll give them a run out, like you said yesterday. They'll give them a run out and see how they do, and of course they were performing well yesterday.
This one was from the National Business Championships. It's a national corporate competition that's held in Japan with teams like Komatsu, Sumitomo, those sorts of things, and all the clubs represent them, and the winners of that competition got this as a...
Well, look at this, the Newaza, absolutely superb here.
Yeah.
Doi just so aggressive in the Newaza and the transition, and it's brilliant to see. I love it because they win so many contests with the Newaza. They change the direction, they change the balance, they know exactly what they're going for, and they just keep pushing for it all the time. And she turned Sherer of Israel there with ease, and it looked like it was started off with the Sangaku, and then she turns it into the Kami Shuhubutami, or Kazure Kami Shuhubutami. But beautifully taken, and Doi Misaka has just shown us what she's made of, and I think she's going to cause a few problems as well a little bit later on.
And the first of the problems that she's going to cause is she's got to face Sanne Vermeer of the Netherlands in the second round. So the number 4 seed, Sanne Vermeer of the Netherlands, is going to have a tough opening contest.
Starts off with the Sangaku, doesn't it? And look at that foot there, just trying to trap the leg as she does it. Doesn't quite get it immediately, and so she goes up and she goes again. A lot of techniques off the belt, off the OB, and she just wraps the arm up this time. Sangaku's on, but she makes sure that she has the arm first before she turns it into the hold down. Beautifully timed. And then in the end, Kuzuri Kamishihokutomi.
We've got a chance to have a look and see what's happening down on mat number 1 now. Our first look at the under 73 kilo category. Let's have a look at Ahmed El Meziati of Morocco. He's up against Jeroen Kasser of Belgium. It's Meziati in the white judogi, Kasser in blue. This is the brother of Matthias Kasser, who fights in the under 81 kilo category.
He's on flying. Yeah. He's flying as well, isn't he? Kasser, really good. Very, very good judo man, and such a good guy as well. And so great to see him doing so well. So it would be interesting to see how his brother does.
One weight down, Jeroen. I'm not sure who's the older of the two. I think Jeroen is the older of the two. He just happens to be the lighter.
Well, I'm kind of glad, you know, just looking at them there on the edge, and I'm kind of glad that it's not as absolute. You know, if sometimes in a flurry of attacks you can come back in. I think it's all about intention, you know, on the edge. If you push purposely to get them out, then it should be your penalty. And if you step out, if you're really bad on the edge, then you should get the penalty. But I think if your intention is to stay in, you know, I think it's good they're letting it kind of go.
Kasser, however, picks up a penalty. I didn't see what the signal was for.
I didn't either then. You know, that looked pretty a straight on Sokomaki, wasn't it? Was it a straight on Sokomaki?
No, he'd had two already. And
I didn't, I kind of missed that. It looked to me that his edge play was a little bit bad and needed to really sort his game out a little bit, because you need to know how to play the game, I'm afraid, at this level.
We're going to get our first look at Joshua Fung Loy of Suriname. He's up against Benjamin Axis of France. It's Fung Loy in the white judogi, Axis in blue, and this is a huge ask here. Poor old Fung Loy, he was on there for all of 7 seconds. I could see that coming, I'm afraid.
Yes, short and sweet and all over. I'm not sure if we're going to get some replays.
Fung Loy would rather not. but Freddie doesn't care. He's going to just rub it in.
Yeah, we've got the replay here. Look how rangy he is. The
Benjamin
tall
Axis.
Frenchman. Yeah, Axis is very, very rangy. Ko-uchi O-uchi. Nice combination. Look at the Ko first of all. Ko and then the O, and just drives him backwards. Great Ippon.
Well, we've got Fayani of Gambia. He's up against Sam van der Westende of the Netherlands. Now in the white judogi, van der Westende in blue.
Funny, I asked Dennis van der Geest yesterday when he was up, I said, big advantage on home ground, if you fight on home ground? He said, no, not always. And I had the same discussion with Nikki, my wife, and she said that it wouldn't have suited her always, you know, although she did perform well when they had the Pan American Games in Canada. She said that a lot of the time it would have put extra pressure on, and I think that's what happens with a lot of the athletes. You know, youngsters come out and it's not always the best thing on home ground. For me, it would have been great. I'd have loved it. Have an Olympic Games or a World Championships and everybody watching, all the better.
Yeah, I can't remember having seen you lose at home, I think to all sorts of levels that we had. But during the period that you were competing, we were really unfortunate not to have
a Worlds or a Europeans.
Even the Europeans.
No,
we didn't.
I didn't do it. It was always a way. I would have loved to have done a Europeans, a Worlds, or Olympic Games. A home ground that would have it would have been great. I would have loved it.
Europeans that we had came, I think, 3-4 years before you would really have liked it.
Yeah.
74 at Crystal Palace. I mean, I was there watching, I hasten to add. After that,
well,
that's
we're
really
just cadets then.
Then you started come into your own. Then it wasn't long after that you went away to win the what did we call it? Esquire Europeans.
Yes.
It was an odd name.
Yeah,
well,
it was in 1974. But that was a senior European Championships in London. But but it never happened. It's a shame.
Ray Neenan was our lightweight fighter at that time, I think, and then the weight up from him was Vas Morrison, Brian Jacks, Dave Starbrook, Keith Remfrey.
Great team.
Super team.
Oh, nice technique there. Van der West End just very, very low to the ground. I mean, it was a really low technique, and just managed to take him down. It was a drop. Toshi type technique, but off the high lapel. Was that he scored?
I was just thinking, was that the last time that in the team event, because we could put
they got silver. They were a silver medalist. It went to Russia. If you remember, it was against Russia, and it was all evens. And then it was Keith Remfrey that got pulled out to fight again against the heavyweight Russian, and I think it was either, and this is what we were talking about earlier, a mind of useless information, but here we go. It was Chochishvili or Novikov. It was Novikov, I think, that beat Keith Remfrey, and they got a silver medal in the team championships.
Terrific effort.
1974. But I don't know when my next dentist appointment is, that's for sure.
We'll see Alexander Kukolia tomorrow. He's just walking past and gave us a big wave. That is a really good potential matchup. Number 1 seed, current world champion Nicholas Sherazadishvili in the top half of the draw. The number 2 seed, Alexander Kukolia. They are due to meet in the final on paper. That is. Yeah. But there's what they say. There's many a slip between cup and lip. Lots can go wrong.
I like that.
You like that one?
I like that. Okay, many a slip
between cup
and
lip. So much can happen in that short space.
Nice. I like that.
Glad I've introduced that to you. That's a nice one.
Absolutely. Use that one.
Half a minute left to go. 2 penalties picked up that night. He's stayed in there, hasn't he? Sam van der West End.
He's done well. He really has done well. I think Van der West End, good fighter, really good fighter, and really being made to knuckle down here, and had a little look at the clock there. I think he'll be glad to see this one end. We've got Van Tickelt as well down there in the lower part of the under 73 kilograms. We missed him. Shaney as well is down there. There's quite a few. Zing of Germany, of course, we've already mentioned him. So, some interesting little matchups. I mean, of course, Van Tickelt, I think, trying to find his form. Great judo man.
Just looking around to see what's coming up next and where we should go. We'll stay here, I suppose, and have a look at the Italian. Giovanni Esposito's coming up next. He's up against Amu Echagtu of China. And I suspect that name is from somewhere like Hohhot, where we've got the Inner Mongolia.
Well, it's Is it Inner Mongolia being on the... Yeah, just to explain,
China,
which is on the border of Mongolia and China, of course. And it used to be part of China.
So...
part of Mongolia. It used to be part of Mongolia.
Giovanni Esposito in the white judogi with the shaved sides to the hair. It's sort of Mohican-like. And Amu Chao De Tu.
Well, I can tell you now, to anybody listening out there, Sheldon so much better at pronouncing some of these words than I am, and some of these names. But sometimes we do have a problem, don't we? Especially when they're doing Sodisura Komigoshi, and you got to put it all together.
We're going to be in Pohjoth again in a few months' time when we go back there for the Grand-Prix. Not that far away. We're already in November, so...
Wow. It gets close, doesn't it? I mean, 2019 is going to be honours, and then the next year, of course, it's the Olympic Games. And these 4-year cycles, they go through so quickly. They really do. Of course, we base our judo world around that 4-year cycle. They're all Olympic cycles. When we talk about how long we've been involved in judo, it's how many Olympic Games we've been involved with. Trying for the Kosoto there, Amu. Well, Esposito trying for the Sianagi. Well, both actually have interesting hair, don't they?
That's true.
They do.
Same barber, maybe.
Maybe.
Maybe he's just in the hotel.
Yeah.
You know. Neil's giving me odd looks here because off camera I'm doing some copying onto some memory sticks, and the number of memory sticks keeps increasing. And it keeps
well, I looked at them yesterday. There was 2, and when I looked up about half an hour later, there were 3. So it makes you wonder.
Yeah, doing a nice little job here.
Don't want to know where they come from. Oh, it's all over. Look at that. He missed that completely, Amu. Tries the Uchimata, fully commits for it. And Sakeshi from Esposito takes him over onto his back, and clean Ippon. Esposito just needed to direct it with the hands. We'll have another little look in a second with the slow motion. Well, it hasn't been registered up there for the Ippon. This time the Ippon is on Esposito's side.
Yeah.
So I think a little bit of a mix-up there with these scoreboards. Well, that was a nice counter, wasn't it? It was fully committed by the Chinese fighter. Just completely missed it there, and didn't need to do a lot, did he really? Just direct it, control it with the hands, and gets the Ippon.
All or nothing.
Well, it certainly was, wasn't it? It was almost an Oguruma counter to finish it off.
On the mat now, John Vrenosi of Albania faces Emmanuel Nati of Ghana. Vrenosi in the white judogi, Nati in blue. He keeps coming, doesn't he, Emmanuel?
Well, he's there, isn't he? He's training at Bath, of course, and he's had some great success for Ghana. You know, he's been represented at the World Championships, Olympic Games, and he's doing Ghana proud. What a lovely Sianagi. He's got some lovely technique, he really has, and I think that just needs a little run through in order to get a medal. Can you imagine if he got a medal at this this level, it would be terrific for him. And tries to counter there, falls on his own back. It wasn't going to score for him. Can't fall on your own back when you do any kind of counter. And you don't get a score for it anyway.
Well, I suppose Manny's most famous win came quite some time ago in 2005 at the World Championships in Cairo. Well, that sounds like a long time ago, but it was with that very same Seoinage. I remember watching it and thinking, oh my goodness, this is...
Who did he take out? I remember that.
He beat Kim Jae-bum.
Oh, that's right, he did, didn't he?
Who later became Olympic champion. He beat Kim Jae-bum in the last 16, which meant that Kim Jae-bum went out. It was not even a chance, you know, for him to come back. So what happened was he threw him beautifully with this Seoinage. He caught him absolutely cold, a little bit like this. Just manages to get his hand down, but he is going to score. Yeah.
Wazari scored,
and I remember the coach jumping up and screaming like mad, Wazari, because the referee had already given Ippon, and he was begging for Wazari because you realised that, you know, if Kim woke up, if Kim woke up, he was going to come back and beat Manny. But if they gave Ippon, he was out. Yeah. Unfortunately for him, they gave Ippon.
Oh. Something he'll never forget.
Well, unfortunately, he then went on to lose to Kiyoshi Uematsu of Spain immediately after that. So, but he did have the benefit of putting out Kim Jae-bum.
Well, he ducked underneath the arm there. He's gone the other side. That's going to be all finished now. Yeah. Nati goes through to the next round, and that was a good performance from him. Nice Seoinage on the left scored the first Wazari, and then Seotoshi on the right scores a second Wazari. Wazari Wazeti upon for Nati of Ghana, and that was a really good performance. Nice judo and really well executed. There's the Sodi actually on the left. So a nice little Sodi Surikomigoshi scores the first one. Look at the switch. Goes for the Osoto, and then there's the Seotoshi there. Just takes his opponent over onto the other side. Great change of direction, change of flanks. Just goes to show that if you can attack both sides, what an advantage that is.
Well, we can stay here to see the round one contest between Oscar Bertelsen of Estonia. He's up against Dirk van Tichelt of Belgium. It's Bertelsen in the white judogi, van Tichelt in blue.
That's tremendous. Kumakata, van Tichelt. His gripping is absolutely phenomenal. And he can go left and right as well. But we'll see how he is. I think almost for sure this will be his last run at the Olympic Games. Olympic and world, double world bronze medalist, Olympic bronze medalist as well. So has real class.
What is it they want to have a look at here then, I wonder? I didn't see the action.
No, so I didn't either. But something that the referee wasn't pleased about. So the referee supervisors now have a look at the video replay just to see. And I think it's some kind of penalty that he's not sure of.
Bertelsen on the end of the penalty? No one. Okay, so nothing to write home about.
No, if they can't make a decision, you know, within the next first kind of 8 seconds, then they'll just let it carry on. Well, got to attack Bertelsen. It's okay, he's looking busy, but not doing anything positive. But Van Tichelt as well has to put an attack in. A lot of it hard fighting off the grip. Neither one able to really stick a proper attack in. Well, I don't think we've seen one attack. We're nearly 2 minutes in here, and not one attack. And I think this is where what we were talking about yesterday, I mean, both of them should be up to 2 Shidos now, because 2 minutes without an attack is 2 penalties, right?
A little bit of freedom being given to this pair.
Well, you know, we all want to see a score, but there are certain times when you've got to give it a push.
Yeah, I can't think of a better way of describing that. You're just encouraging them to get on with it.
And first technique then by Van Tikkel. Drop Cianagi. And now Pittelson should get a second penalty. I think they can hear me.
Tuned in.
Yeah, definitely tuned in. And that's going to be a Wazari there to Van Tikkelt. Drops Cianagi this time, gets a result.
Coming immediately after the penalty.
Yeah. Well, that's that little push, isn't it? And we do a lot under fire, don't we, sometimes? So now starting to really just take command, and he'll just close it down now. Pettelson hasn't attacked. He hasn't been able to attack because of the grip. And so Van Tikkelt just dominating the contest and attacking when he wants, really. Right the way underneath again for the Cianagi, and seconds now just ticking away. To a hard-fought contest, first round match for Dirk Van Tikkelt, and it's all over now. He'll go through to the next round.
We're going to stay on Mat 1, I think, aren't we? We've got Guillaume Chain coming up next.
Yeah, I think so. Shane, some great judo. He has some great judo. Sometimes I've seen him absolutely brilliant, and other times he struggles, but he makes mistakes. But we'll see how he is here.
He's up against Eetu Lamminen of Finland. The Frenchman in the white judogi and the Finn in blue.
Well, definite penalty there for Lamminen. I mean, he just literally walked out the area. And that's what I was talking about a little bit earlier, about absolute. When you walk out the area and you have no control of what you're doing or not even aware of it, then you've got to be penalised. Now, Shaney definitely playing a dodgy one here, because he's backing him up now. He knows he's bad on the edge. But Shane better be careful that he doesn't he gets a second penalty for it, Lamminen. But Shane better be careful that he doesn't back him up and push him out. There's the difference. So he's going to be looking for the third penalty. Watch this. He'll back him up, trying to get a reaction. He's not careful though, it might go against him. He's looking for the Uchimata here, Shane. So no attacks here. This just might be Shido for both, and then it's all over. Shane gets it. It's in a couple of matches, haven't we, where there's been no absolute attacks, and so you've got to penalise for it. If they're not attacking, they don't want to attack, then, you know, it's all about attacking. We've got a 45-second period where you can attack within that 45-second period. There's the Uchimata, it's all over. So he was looking for the Uchimata all the way through, but in the end he gets the line, and then he gets the Uchimata. I don't think we saw Lamminen attack one time. Shane, easy win for him. He goes through to the next round.
Well, let's take a wander down to mat number 3. We haven't been down there for a while. We'll take a look and see what's happening in round 1 of the under 63 kilo category. Amy Livesey of Great Britain faces Inbal Shemesh of Israel. It's Livesey in the white judogi, Shemesh in blue. We joined the contest with only half a minute gone. There's no score. Livesey in the white judogi, Shemesh in blue.
Well, they're playing near to the edge, aren't they? Why they don't concentrate on the centre part, just trying to throw each other. Why they've got to be at the edge there, I don't know.
Nice bit of background here in this. Paul D. Alice Schlesinger, Livesey's teammate, is the number 3 seed. Amy Livesey's also seeded in that quarter. They're due to meet in the quarter final if that should happen. Schlesinger's got to get past Pascalino. That's the Brazilian in round 2. Livesey's still got her first round contest, and then the winner of the upcoming contest. We'll see how that goes.
Well, it's a possibility of a British quarter-final match. But got to get through this one first. 2 Shidos up on the board, 1 each. Ashiwaza there from Livesey, and now looking for the follow through to Newaza. Looking for the Sangaku turn. Halfway through the contest. We've seen some new names from the Israeli women's team, putting them out all the time, aren't they? They've really got a lot of talent there. producing a lot of talent, getting a lot of medals in the Grand-Prix Grand Slam tournaments. Well, men and women. It's not just the women.
Next on Latvia number 1 in white from Poland, Victor Lewinsky, and in blue from
Well, on mat number 1, in a couple of fights' time, we've got Shavkat Tuishvili. In fact, it's just one fight to go now, and he'll be up against Del Popolo, so I wouldn't mind having a...
We'll go back for that,
we'll go and have a little look at that one, see how that unfolds. But having a sleeve dominated there, and Livesey having a real problem just rotating through, backing up to the edge all the time. Into the last minute. Any score on the board? We'll do it. Handed technique there by Shemesh. That's going to be a penalty, I think. Can't just rotate without the hands. You've got to take your opponent with you. Now that's going to be a Wazari there for Livesey. That's going to be enough. He hasn't been given his. It has now. So definitely landed on a side.
Just away from the referee, wasn't it? The other side, and maybe didn't look that good from his position. But that's the reason that they've got the two contest judges.
Yeah, they're working with them, and you know, that was the instruction yesterday, that it's not up to the supervisors to supervise the match in any way. It's definitely the referee and the two judges have to make the decisions, you know, and they're encouraged to do so. Only when it is a situation where you're absolutely on the blind side, or you can't see something, then you go to the video referee just to have a look, and that's the way it works. It works a lot better as well, and they have a lot more confidence, I think, the referees in the supervising position and doing it that way.
In that occasion, this is a good shot here. You can see where the referee's standing. Look at where the landing is. There's no chance for him to see the back there. He's got to look to his contest judges to help him out here, and that's where we're sitting. For us, Claire, no problem. He's on the other side. He just has a look up, and they say, "Yep, that's Wazari." So for me, I don't look at him and think, "Why didn't you give that?" Can't see. I look at the contest judges if they don't give it, and say, "That's a score there," but they did. So for me, that team is working well. That's Wazari, and it's Livesey who goes through to the next round.
And of course, the contest judges are on that side, you know, so they saw it. So good decision.
Right, we may have a little bit of this contest to watch, because it won't be long before Shavkat is on. There's still quite a long time left in the contest on mat number 1, so why don't we stay here and have a look at Nadia Simioli of Italy. She's up against Kira Reumerman of the Netherlands. It's Simioli in the white judogi, Reumerman in blue. And then as soon as we see Shavkat and Del Popolo making their way to the mat, we'll go down to mat number 1. That will be in a couple of minutes' time, I suspect, unless Morvizinski gets rid of Lima quick. He leads by Wazari at the moment with 2:20 left to go in that particular contest. Who is it that's picked up the cut here? Reumerman of the Netherlands has just got a cut on the bridge of her nose, I think.
Well, we've seen that a couple of times now, isn't it? The bridge of the nose being the most difficult place to stop a cut. And you see them coming out with tape right the way around the head in order to prevent the bleeding.
Right, we're back underway. No score yet. Plenty of time left to go. We've only had 30 seconds.
Right against left here, and a left-handed Kosoto attempt there by Simoli. Of course, the biggest advantage holding a Grand Prix or a Grand Slam home country is that you can put 4 people into every weight category. So a lot of your national squad people, sometimes your juniors, you can blood your juniors in there against some of the best people in the world. And you can give them valuable experience. And of course, not only that, we were talking about it earlier, but we've got a full almost capacity here, and we're only well, in the morning, isn't it? You know, and for this evening's show, I think it's going to be just absolutely cram-packed full, which is going to be good. So you can have a lot of your family and your friends and your club members coming to watch you as well.
Roman struggling here a bit, picked up a second penalty now. Neil was talking about, you know, getting a chance. You are, you know, there or thereabouts in the national squad, and you get a Grand Prix on home soil. Nice right-sided Uchimata effort there from Roman, who just lost contact with the hands and didn't get the turn. But when you get that shot, then you've got to take it.
Well, literally with both hands, haven't you? You've got to just, especially when you've got depth in a category. And
tip.
Very close. That's part of your vocabulary now, isn't it?
It's in there now.
The tip's in there, yeah, tip's in there. And it's funny, you know, the tip. Nick hates me using that. My wife hates me using the word tip. She said, I just hate that. Yeah, if we could stop any technique, she'd stop that. But you know, we spoke about it yesterday, didn't we? When you tip the balance, I mean, that's what it means, isn't it? Tipping the balance. And of course, our sport is all about balance lines, using kazushi in order to change those balance lines or to take your opponent over those balance lines. And that's exactly what that technique is all about. Not on the Gokyo, but all part of
true.
Judo.
Right. Well, Rowczynski of Poland has won his contest down on mat number 1 against David Lima, which means that we're going to have the entry of Lashishav Datuashvili of Georgia. He's up against Nick Del Popolo of the United States of America. If you want to continue watching Simioli and Roimerman, you can stay down here, but things looking a little bit tricky for Roimerman as she goes over to the Italian. Let's go down to mat number 1 then. We're going to see the contest between the number 1 seed in the under 73 kilo category, isn't he? Lashishav Datuashvili.
He is definitely the number 1 seed, and he's up there.
He's up against Nick Del Popolo, the United States of America. It'll be Shavdatuashvili in the white judogi, Del Popolo in blue when they get to the tatami.
And in the United States of America, Nicholas Del Popolo.
We've been with Nick Del Popolo when he's popped up to under 81 kilograms, haven't we? And then come back down to 73 kilograms. Sorry. But a lot of it depends on his performance. Depends on how he's lost the weight and how he makes the weight. He has some great judo. He really does. He has a great following in the United States of America. And he really is able to perform at the highest level. And Shavdat Tuishvili, well, he is the #1 seed here. So explosive. And look at that. Going from right to left with his kumakata here. Shavdat Tuishvili. He was Olympic champion at the lower weight category in London in under 66 kilograms. Went up to 73 kilograms and found it difficult. I think he just to adapt, but just now really establishing himself in the higher weight. It does take time sometimes. Some people do it easier than others. So neither fighter really having even attempted a big technique.
Yeah, both fighters very watchful.
Yeah, they're very reluctant to take any kind of chances, aren't they? I've seen Shavdat Tuishvili absolutely stunning when he gets on his bike, and normally it takes something just to spark him off, and then he kind of he revs up and goes into second gear. But great feet, Del Popolo. Looking for the Uchimata. And there's the switch.
Well, I haven't really seen Del Popolo execute that, not like Denis Yartsev.
No, he does it very, very well, doesn't he? It's great, great Ashiwaza.
Well, your old mate was one of the best at that, Chris Bowles. Absolutely super little feint and then.
As my mate Chris Bowles used to say, the dreaded twitch.
He really did have that.
No, he did. He'd feint one way, have them going the other way.
He spanked a few with that, didn't he?
Big hello to my dear friend, if you're listening. We were in the British team together for nearly 20 years. It's just crazy. So neither one here really committing to any kind of technique. We're coming up towards the 3-minute mark. So very, very tight. Thought maybe we'd see a little bit more action. Now he's got the arm underneath here now. Watch this. Something's going to happen now. So tries the Yoko Satemi, the Yoko Toshi over to the other side. He wants the arm underneath the armpit, Shavdat Tuishvili. Second penalty for Del Popolo. Or Del Popolo hasn't attacked so far, so I don't know why he's looking like that. So he needs a bigger attack in. Well, we know, don't we? You know whether you've attacked or not, and I think there's some confusion as to some of the small little taps and ashiwazas and stuff like that and feints as to whether that is an attack or not.
I think he feels hard done by because he's kept Shavdat Tuishvili out, and he's looked at the referee as if to say, "But I've kept him out."
Yeah,
well,
and he has.
But that's not the game plan.
No,
that's not.
Well, you've got to attack as well. You have to, And I think this is what the discussion was with the referees yesterday. So this is going to be all over.
He was looking for some survival points.
Well, he's lost this, and it's because he, what a way to lose. Actually, I mean, no attacks and 3 penalties, and he'll be angry with this. He won't be happy with it at all. Quite rightly so. I think both if anybody attacked it, of course, Shavdatushvili put a couple in. Didn't see any from Del Popolo, but anyway, he won't. He'll have a look at that fight there. He needs to count the real attacks and then work from there. Shavdatushvili then goes through to the next round.
Okay, we're looking at the under 73 kilo category. It's round 2. And coming up next. Actually, we're going to go to mat number 2, because coming up on mat number 2, Said Molahi of Iran faces Ivelo Ivanov of Bulgaria. It's Molahi in the white judogi, Ivanov in blue. Here's Neil.
Wow, this is going to be a real big test for Ivanov, and I would have said if we'd have seen this match probably 3 years ago, 4 years ago, then I would have put Ivanov as the favourite, because he was so sharp and winning some really important matches, but now Molahi certainly the man on top. He had a great World Championships, he really did, couldn't put a foot wrong, and he was such a force. His throwing skills are immense. I mean, he looks so powerful when he comes in for his techniques.
You mentioned about him not putting a foot wrong, and you can see the strapping that he's got on his left foot. He has a continuing problem with that left foot. He had a scan a few weeks ago in Abu Dhabi that revealed a strain, and not a stress fracture, but a strain of the metatarsals. It forced him to withdraw from the competition a couple of weeks ago. Took 2 weeks off, had some treatment, he's back, but the coach has some concerns about it. But he said
reservations.
He said he can't stop him.
No. Well, you know, that's the thing. You know, when they're on top of their game, and we all do it. All of us, you know, we want to stay on top of the game, and you don't have that long. Sometimes you have a long period of time, like Ivanov now, struggling and trying to find the form that you've had. When you're on top of your game, you want to get out there and you want to fight, you know, because you're ahead of the game, you're ahead of the pack. And I always liken it to the Tour de France, you know, when you get one break away from the pack, and then sometimes at some stage they pull you back, and they pull you back into the pack, and that's what tends to happen. You have a period of time where you're ahead of the game and ahead of everybody, then they pull you back in.
A bigger group of fighters in this weight category. We've got 3 rounds, quarter-final, semi-final, and then the final, so there's a way to go yet.
Well, this really is a great matchup, isn't it? So early on in this just round 2 means that somebody, one of these, is not going to go through to a medal match. They're not going to win a medal. They're going to be out.
Yeah, there's quite a way to go, isn't there?
Oh, there is. That was close, wasn't it? Kosoto there from Molahi.
Straight to chop him down then, didn't he?
Yeah, he did. So just looking a little bit out of sorts here, Ivanov. A little bit of caution as well. You're always cautious when you're fighting somebody who can throw as big as Molahi. And I think he's got to be a little bit careful then. Molahi, I've seen him just do that. Just twitch against the straight arm a few times. And you're not allowed to apply any pressure against the arm. You're not allowed to apply any pressure against the arm, whether it's standing. Anything standing, you can't do it. And so he needs to be a bit careful with it. Because he does it to break the grip off. Yeah, just a little shoulder there that tweaks against the arm.
He's picked up a second penalty here.
Do it, yeah.
Gonna have to get going. A minute to go. A single error will put him out.
He did it again there. He just, again, just swung against the arm. And if Ivanov just went, if he yelped a little bit and said that there was pressure there. Look at this, he's going against the arm here. He might have the arm out here. The world champion is in trouble here. First time he will have had the red patch on. That indicates that he is the current world champion. Gold patch indicates the Olympic champion. So struggling here against Ivanov. Well, Ivanov doing everything right.
Yeah, tight in defence and free from errors. That's the important thing. Those two things mean I don't get thrown and I don't give up any penalties. Malay hasn't been thrown, but he's given up 2 penalties. Now we're into the golden score period. He can't afford a penalty. He's got to keep up the rate of attacks, which means that if Ivanov can sit back, knowing that Malay's got to attack. And because Malay knows that he's got to attack, that puts him under a lot of pressure, because there are going to be times when he's looking at the clock and thinking, I've got to put in an attack. That's when you make the errors and you put in a false attack.
Yeah, exactly, and it changes the tactics, especially coming into golden score.
Malay is forced to attack, and when Ivanov does, that puts even more pressure on him for Malay, because he can then be guilty of passivity. Those are the 2 big problems for him now. He's got to keep up the rate of attacks, and they've got to be genuine. Oh, again on the arm.
Yeah, it's and especially with the edge play now. If he's looking specifically, Ivanov is the one being backed up. But if Ivanov turns Malay towards the edge, then we're going to see a situation that he'll get the reaction that he wants. There's the Yoko Otoshi again from Malay.
That was as weak as you could get without picking up a penalty.
Yeah.
Really, it was blocked right away.
Well, intention again.
Yeah.
I think he did intend to score with it.
On a knife edge here, really he is.
Yeah, he's desperate now, isn't he? He's into 1 minute.
Let's see what. No real effort there to try and free the leg. So you've got to be careful with that,
Yeah, well,
bear hug
saw it
there.
a couple of times yesterday where it was just a little bit too close, wasn't it? 2 hands going around there at the same time.
Well, if he wanted a run out after a foot injury, this is a good one.
This is what you call a run out, isn't it? Well, that's 2 competitions. It's been difficult for him, hasn't it? World champion. That's what it's all about. You've got to be able to maintain it. You've got to be able to perform regular. Oh, that was again, against the arm and straight in for the attack. It's up to Ivanov now to fire back. He'll have to fire back, otherwise he'll be penalised.
Haven't seen the Ashiwaza yet.
Oh,
he's gone over.
Yeah, he has. The world champion goes over and gets the ippon for that. Well, the world champion won't be happy about that because, well, if it's just an odd score or 3 penalties, then you could kind of half understand it just being a little bit off the game, but gets thrown by Ivanov there for a full point.
Well, one bit of good news is that he's not limping.
No, that is a good news, but
he's been out there, he's had a go. The foot, I suppose, has held up because he hasn't come off limping or anything, so that's one bit of good news. Bad news is he ended up losing. Right, what have we got coming up next then?
Well, we've got Ayachev there. They're up next against Axis.
That's down on
France.
Well, before that, we've got one of the home fighters. There's the replay of that technique.
Very low, wasn't it? Seatoshi or Suritoshi, you could call it. It was off the belt, but definitely part of the Seatoshi group there, because it drove back downwards, and the world champion Malay couldn't stop it.
We're going to take a quick look at what's happening on mat 3, because one of the home fighters, Natasha Ausma, is up against Alice Balandi of Italy. It's Ausma in the white judogi, Balandi in blue. Balandi's going to prove a handful for Ausma, I'm afraid. This is someone who is just on the edge of the seniors. Still a junior, Alice Balandi, and she's one of the fighters that I think could step up without any difficulty at all. We'll have a look and see if that holds true. Anyway, she leads here by Rosari with a little under 3 minutes left to go. Yeah, second score there. Trying to get in court. I always knew that it was going to be a tough ask for Natasha Ausma. Gave us a chance to have a look at Balandi. She goes through to round 2. Really big right-sided Ojigari. Well, we can stay on mat number 3. We're going to see Melissa Helene of France. She's up against Margriet de Vaux of the Netherlands. It's Helene in the white judogi, de Vaux in blue. Neil wanted to have a look at Denis Yatsev. He's just about to take to mat number 1. So if you want to continue watching the under 70 kilo category, just click on 3 and you'll get that. We're going to go down to mat number 1 and have a look at round 2 in the under 73 kilo category. Denis Yatsev of Russia faces Benjamin Axis of France. It's Yatsev in the white judogi, Axis in blue. We must have just moved from mat number 3 where de Vaux just scored against Melissa Helene. Never mind. Catch up
always
with
the
it.
way,
Yeah,
isn't it?
yeah.
Always.
But it's Yatsev in the white judogi, Axis in blue.
Interesting. We just saw there Axis just did a little twitch, and Ayachev just nearly got sold on it. And of course, that's what Ayachev normally does there. He's got a nice little flick one way and then goes the other. His Ashiwas are absolutely superb. And I think that Axis is going to suit him just perfectly. Very, very rangy 73 kilo fighter, isn't he, Axis? That's a very polite way, actually. When you say rangy, it's a very polite way of saying
yes, lanky.
Very polite.
Well, he is for that weight category.
Yeah,
He's
sure.
unusually tall. Whoop.
Big arm over. Now something's going to happen. Here we go. Uranagi. Wazari scored there. Ayachev there was ready, wasn't he? It was launchpad time. And Axis, that big left arm over. I don't think he'll be quite so keen to whisk that over.
Oh, maybe.
Well, maybe he will be, yeah.
Just missed that, didn't he?
Yeah. Interesting, isn't it? You saw Axis come out to his first fight very confident, and a totally different situation here with Ayachev.
Wasn't he the fighter that delivered that really nice Oichi-Koichi combination?
Yes, it was, yeah, absolutely. Yeah, full of confidence, but totally different here, where he just grips up with Ayachev, and Ayachev, of course, so much stronger. That's going to be it. And Ayachev just has a little look up there, says, that's it, job done. 2 Wazaris, and it's all over.
Whatever plan it was that Benjamin Axis and his coach had,
it's gone out the window.
Yeah.
It has.
It wasn't a good one. Didn't measure up.
Well, and he felt the power, the difference in the power, and of course Axis felt the difference in the power as well.
Denis Yartsev of Russia goes through to round 3.
Yes,
3 rounds, quarter-final, semi-final and final. Who have we got coming up next then? Well, the Dutchman, Sam van der Westender, is back. Well, that shook you up, didn't it?
It did.
Stadium announcer there.
Yeah.
Right, okay, let's do this properly then. That was Denis Yartsev over Benjamin at just round 2 of the under 73 kilo category. Let's have a look and see who we've got here now from Moldova. Lulian Petukovsky in the white judogi, Sam van der Westender in blue.
I've seen both of them in the first round.
I didn't see Petukovsky in round 1. I missed that one.
Yeah.
Van der Westender, I think we saw, and then coming up next, Musa Magushkov and Giovanni Esposito. That should be a good contest. That's next up on that one.
It's interesting, they put Magushkov and Ayachev out a couple of times, haven't they? Like they've got to put them both out, just have a look, see which one is going to come through as the main contender, I think, for Olympic qualification. Nice though when you've got a little bit of depth in certain categories. Nice to have the depth in the under 73 kilos as the Japanese. He just decided at the last World Championships to leave the Olympic champion at home.
Yeah. As you do.
Can you imagine? Now, is that going to be a score? That's an interesting one. Wasn't so sure whether that was off the ground or not. And to West End, the referee and everybody else decide it's not a score.
Yeah, as far as that under 73 kilo category is concerned in Russia, those are the 2 that the Russians will look at in this run-up to the next Olympic Games. Either Yartsev, one more roll of the dice for him, or Magushkov, same thing, one more roll of the dice for him.
Who's got the highest world rankings?
Yartsev, just narrowly over Magushkov, but they're both qualified up there. Yeah.
So that should be an interesting one. Well, that's going to be a score. Oh, nice one. Now it gets the full Ippon for that one. That was really well taken there. Van der West End, just Sakash's Petukovsky, and it was really well controlled with the hands.
Not sure whether he was just tapping him on the back there to say, well, unlucky mate, or you're in my spot.
I think it's get back on your spot. Let's get off this mat. And I think it was just nicely taken and well appreciated by this crowd. And a nice little crowd starting to accumulate here. They're even going into the higher seats.
Any chance of a replay on that one, Freddie, or? We'll have a look and see what that's like. That's the rundown of what's coming up next. We just spoke about Musa Magushkov, and he's up on lap number 1 next. That's a little look at what's happening on the 3 match.
Yeah. So it looks like we're going to go straight into the match. Magushkov against Esposito.
Yeah, it'll be Musa Magushkov of Russia in the white judogi, Giovanni Esposito of Italy in blue. That's a look at Jack Hatton and Damien Stepien, but there's our the pair that we want to have a look at. Magushkov in the white judogi, Esposito in blue.
For me, Magushkov, absolute brilliance sometimes. He just looks so good, but he does make mistakes.
Sleepy. He gets
sometimes,
sleepy, doesn't he?
I think so, yeah, he does make mistakes. But it's like a lot of big throwers, you know, they make huge risk, or they take big risks in order to score big throws and big techniques. But they also sometimes leave themselves open.
I wonder if any of his 4 little girls are watching at home.
Sure they are.
Ingushetti, I think they're all too young. I think the oldest must be about 6, I think. Busy out on a bike or something, you know. You'll watch Daddy out
they'll be watching Dad.
Saturday
sure.
morning, I'm off, mate. Gone for a bike ride.
Starting to hot up a little bit in here now. I don't mean heat-wise. It's something they got to work on here, I think. Freezing yesterday, weren't we? We're just blocks of ice.
I was going to wear those extra special thick woolen socks that the referee from Tajikistan gave out to a few people.
I wasn't there for that one.
Oh, you missed that particular gift of sharing.
Esposito looking for the drop Cianagi. Magushkov still to open up with the attacks. Arm over now. Is he going to switch it up? Yes, there's the tip, and just Sakashi's him over. I think that was a Wazari personally, but I thought that was worth a score. Referee hasn't given it, but it's definitely gone to video referee. They're going to give the score. There it is. Nice Kouchi this time, Magushkov. So now Esposito has to go forwards, and it's just opened up this contest now because he has to take a few chances. Four-minute contest go very quickly, actually. Coming up to the last minute. Arm over there, Magushkov now. Well, when you're coming forward like that, you're going to leave yourself open. But he has to do it. He has to take the chance. He knows he's into the last minute now. Big arm over the back. Oh, Koichi this time. Change of direction. Good solid performance here from Mogishkov, just doing what he needs to do. Seconds ticking away, every second wasted down in Newaza, of course, is a step closer to the third round for Mogishkov. Esposito just a little bit frustrated. And of course, the two Russians due to meet in the quarter-final stages of this tournament. It should be an interesting. I'm sure they didn't want that to happen. World rankings didn't seed them apart, and it'll be interesting to see what they do about that one. Russia. Because they're definitely the two that are favoured. That's why they're putting them out all the time into the tournaments. See which one comes forward. So Mogishkov goes forwards and into the last 16. And one more match, and he will be fighting the winner out of Barcius of Poland and Ranku of Romania. So just a quick look at the other matches that we have that are happening on the other mat. We're not far off, I think. Mat 2, we've got Sagimuki coming closer. He's just one fight away. And, so I think we might go to mat number 2. Let's go to mat number 2 here. Vlad Visan of Romania and Mavijevic of Montenegro, and he's actually going to be fighting. These are going to be fighting now 1 minute into their match, and next up is Sagimuki of Israel. Under 81 kilograms category here on mat 2. For everybody at home there, that you've got a choice, of course, all the way through these preliminary rounds of going to mat 1, 2 or 3, depending on what weight category you want. 73 kilograms is happening on mat number 1 at the moment, under 81 kilograms on mat number 2, and under 70 kilograms for ladies on mat number 3. And it will change, and then if you have a little microphone, that's where you've got running commentary. Visan then in white here for Romania, and Mavalovic Montenegro is fighting in blue. Halfway through the contest. Sienagi, two really nice Sienagis actually. Visan almost connected with the second one. Thundering over the back there. Velovic. Well, the gripping, very important, of course, we know that. It's got to be positive with the grip as well. A lot of people dominating the sleeve, got to dominate the sleeve, use that to your advantage. Yoko Tominagi, and that's going to score as well. Visan gets a Wazari. Knew exactly what he wanted there. Took him over his strong side. Looking for the shimmy waza. That just might be underneath the neck there. He just might be able to slip that underneath. Needs to get the leverage. Can he get it? A Kuriere Jimmy is what he's looking for. He needs to get the leverage. Can he get it? That's going underneath the neck. Now he's got it. Just needs to get the pressure on. And it's definitely underneath the neck now. Just needs to sit back on it and relax a little bit. Velovic there manages to hold on incredibly, but he was struggling there, I can tell you. And that's going to be Shido. He'll Shido him for dropping. No rotation at all. Velovic now coming back. Fighting hard. Five seconds left on the clock. Tries the Ouchi. And it's not enough time. Visan of Romania will go through. There's the Tomonagi. Yoko Tomonagi. Can't get a better example than that. He knew exactly which direction to go there. Look at the Kumakata on the sleeve. Just pulls the Kumakata through. And of course, that control on the arm means that his opponent lands on his side. Upper part makes contact. And Wazari scored.
Next on testing number 2 from Israel.
Sagimuki coming out now.
Sagimuki,
enjoying great form. An absolute star in Israel. Seen him on all the television programs. Not only a great judoka, a good guy. And now looking to well, he can throw left and right. I was going to say looking for the Sodi. There's the Sodi Osoto. Really establishing himself now in this heavier weight category. Was absolutely brilliant at 73 kilograms and now up to 81. Just took him a little while just to adjust to the weight category, but he's done it now. Well, goes off the sleeve, goes one way, then the other. There's this reaching Osoto, and there's the Osoto Kosoto. Gets a Wazari, and I think he thought that, well, it's all over. It's Wazari Awazeti upon. Made easy work of that, Sagimuki, and he'll go through there to the next round. Absolute ease. Sagimuki, the one to beat for me.
Next on testing number 2, a wife from France, Alabama Diallo, and from Cyprus, Benny.
Look how he changes from left to right. There's the Sodi, and then goes in for the Osoto, does the Kosoto, just to finish it all off. Brilliant. Left and right as well. And now Diallo coming out here. Canaris, his opponent in the under 81 kilos category. Just a young French team. Looking for the shimiwaza here. Can he get the leverage here? And I have a feeling that that might be on. Yellow, we've seen, has some really nice judo. Seoinage, oh, look at that. Classical Seoinage, and Ippon Seoinage it is as well. Just after I announced that he's got some nice judo. What a brilliant display of it as well. Jallow, Seoinage, and just changed the direction completely. And that was beautifully taken.
Next on that's number 3 from Ireland, Fletcher from Poland. And on that's number 2, second round, under 81.
There's the Seoinage. Look at the change of direction. I mean, he really did change the direction, didn't he? One time, then he has a second stab, readjusts his hips, and wow, cleanly on his back here. Samiguchi here. He is one of the main men in the category at the moment. He has some beautiful judo. Czech Republic here knows that he's got his work cut out. Well, he can also throw left and right, Chuchi. Looking for the opening all the time. They're just having a few problems, just adjusting to the gripping tactics here. I think that's one of the main points, is that the gripping strategies are such that sometimes it just takes a little time to settle in, set the line up for the attack. You can't just attack immediately. Petra on the other side of this has to grip up and attack. I mean, he's just preventing Uchi to get the grip. Uchi looking for the way in for the Uchimata. Got the Tayatoshi as well. So some really interesting matchups starting to happen now. There's the Uchimata! He just needed to find the line. In the end he did, and gets the ippon for it. Brilliantly taken there. Well, I said it takes a little time just to settle in. Once you find the line, then you can go in. Petra kept him out, but that was his main aim, I think, just to keep him out. There's the line. Uchimata, and, well, Most of the back hit the ground. So Ippon given as opposed to the Wazari. Super stuff, and Chuchi will go through to the next round with a possible quarter-final matchup with Muki. Next fight up then, Jim Hyman of the Netherlands against Stansel of Slovakia. Oh, look at that, Ashiwaza. Oh, Hyman there with a beautiful Ashiwaza, and the crowd absolutely love that one. So he'll go into round 3, very, very happy with that. Let's have another look, if we can, at that beautiful double Ashiwaza. Always love to see the Ashi. So D-Ashi, and redirects the D-Ashi. And he knew it as well. Big left arm over the back as well. And double leg Ashiwaza scores a superb Ippon. Home crowd absolutely love it. So now they've got Frank de Witt, of course, their number 1. And he's out here against Pasek of Sweden. Pasek is a real spoiler, so he'll just try and ruin everything that de Witt does. But de Witt, such a hard fighter, and he'll be coming out here all guns blazing, as he always does. Big arm over the back here, looking for the big techniques, the big Surigoshi, got the Ouchi as well. He has pickups, he can change direction, he can counter. Winner of the Paris tournament 2 years ago, and style as well. Wow, look at that. Always fighting well on home soil, and have him down as certainly one of the ones. I mean, this is one hell of an 81 kilos lineup. There really are some amazing people. Malai, the current world champion, is already out there. Hatton still in. Sagimuki, he's there. Jallo of France. Chuchi of Belgium. And down the bottom here, de Witt has got the probably the better half, but he's still got the former world champion Vazazak on the bottom part. So Reskavishvili of Georgia's in there as well, and wow, what a lineup for the under 81 kilos category. Rekviashvili could cause a few upsets as well. Well, that's exactly what Pasek is doing here. He's just breaking off the grip every time he feels in danger. Breaking off the grip. And that Tomanagi there probably be penalised. If he does it one more time, he might get it now. He might get a Shido for just dropping. He can feel the danger, Pasek, he knows. He gets away with it this time. Ouchi! Elbow out, not a score for me. The referee doesn't give it. Elbow has to be tucked in. It's one of the things that they've said about the landing on the side, even though not everybody agrees as to the line for the Wazari. The arm has to be tucked in. Two-handed snap off with the grip, and like I said, he's there to spoil. Feels the danger for Frank de Witt. Frank de Witt is the one going forwards all the time. Sumagaeshi this time. Well, he'll have to start to attack soon, Pasic. Otherwise, definitely a second. Looking busy isn't going to be enough. Second penalty will ensue. DeWitt putting him under unbelievable pressure. Snapping the grip off all the time there. No, needs to be careful with that. Don't need to do that. So second penalty coming up. Can't run forever. We see quite a lot of big scores sometimes with the Tomonagi and the Yoko Tomonagi, but it is a go-to technique when you're under pressure, and that's why we see so many penalties with it. Nagi as well, but without the rotation, of course, that's what gets the penalties up there. So I suspect here in this match that certainly Pasic is going to, now he's attacked, that was a good one, and he nearly gets a score there. That was very, very close. First real big attack there from Pasic, doesn't quite get him onto his side. Frank DeWitt says, let's get on with this. Certainly breathing heavy here, Pasic. Golden score, managed to survive full time. DeWitt wants to get on with it. Well, that negativity there, just snapping the grip off all the time. A little bit of frustration there from DeWitt. Sea of orange out there in that crowd, which means that the Dutch support is there in droves. Pasic got a score here, it really would be against the run of play. The crowd saying no, that's not a proper attack, but that was more of an attack than some of them we've seen. All going to be over, and Pasic knows it, so he's just shaking his head there. Hasn't done enough. And that particular technique was deemed as being a passive attack. Not a proper one. That's not one that's going to actually get a score. So third penalty up to Pasic. DeWitt goes through. Stay on this mat because we will want to see Rekviashvili of Georgia. He's on in a second. We've got Herrero first of Spain against Mikhail of Cyprus. So let's stay on this mat just for a little while. Mikhail of Cyprus is in blue. Big setup for the Uchimata here. Soto Makikomi is the technique that he goes for. Herrero there opens up the account. Winner of this will fight DeWitt in the next round. Well, I like the fact that we can transition from ground upwards as well as from upwards down to ground. I think it's a really good decision, and the fact that if one person is in a standing position and it's possible to throw, then it's still tachiwaza. A lot of people still a little bit grey in that area at the moment, don't quite know what it means, and it means that if one is still able from a throwing position, from a standing position, if one of you is up, then the match is still live. It means then that the person on the hands and knees can't just stay there and wait for the mate. The game is still on. Left-handed grip of Herrero. Just setting it up, ready for the big attack. Is he going to follow it down to ground? Now then, that might get the score. That's the situation that I'm talking about. On that particular occasion, doesn't get anything, but it just means that it's live and kind of keeps the interest going. Cianagi this time. That's going to score. That's going to be a Wazari. So Herrero, Tsuyotoshi drives his opponent over. Miguel will have to try and just throw caution to the wind a little bit. We're looking for the turnover there into the outside komi. Can he get it? Didn't quite have enough control of the arm. So Mikel still in this. Every second that he's out there, of course, it means just about to be joined by Dennis van der Geest, former world champion, heavyweight world champion, and of course on home soil here, just come up to keep me company.
Yeah, you were sitting here all by yourself, all alone. I felt worried.
I was worried. Well, we're just one fight away from Reykjavík in the under 81 kilos category. They're up next. Herrero here on this particular mat is a Wazari up against Mikel of Cyprus. So you've joined us in the under 81 kilos category.
Yep.
Better day for the Netherlands, I think.
Yeah, yesterday we did not win a medal, but well, that's not that strange because, well, that are not categories that we're really strong in. But today I have a good feeling for it. I saw Frank de Wit, his first fight was really good. And we will see what Georgian is up to because, well, I think that's a good quarterfinal.
I think the 81 kilos, especially, I mean, we've got quite a few in there. Muki in great form. Gucci there in great form. That's going to be a quarterfinal matchup. Malai, the world champion, is already out, of course.
Against Ivanov. Yeah, well, and that's a first fight because these both players, of course, Malai is the world champion, but Ivanov is also capable of winning a Grand Prix or a Grand Slam. Yeah. Showed that before, so yeah, it's judo, it can happen.
Of course it can. Well, Reykjavík, like you say, this will be an interesting one. He can do some amazing stuff. He has some great judo in him. Let's see how he is here. A little bit of a, well, it was a slow start, wasn't it, Frank DeWitt? I felt for him a little bit because certainly the
Pacek.
Well, Pacek was just really running away, and he was running for his life, really, just defending.
Yeah, but I spoke Frank today, this morning, and he said, yeah, Pacek for me is a difficult one to fight. He lost 2 times against the Swedish boy. Yeah, well, it's a good fighter. So I think it was good that he was relaxed in the whole competition. Well, that's hip on, but they change it.
Video referee. I've done it a couple of times. This referee just, yeah.
Yep.
No, he's changed it to Wazari. It's the landing. Well, let's have a little look at. Can we have a look at it back, just to have a look at the landing? You know, scoring the flight instead of the landing sometimes. We're just brilliant technique, of course. Rekviashvili in there, but yeah.
Definitely Wazari.
Yeah.
It had the speed for Ippon, but it was like so fast that the other one was like going too fast for it. Just
well,
great way to turn out of an Ippon score.
It's not scoring the flight; it's scoring the landing.
Yeah, the landing.
Got some great stuff, hasn't he, Rekviashvili? He's very exciting. Changes left to right.
Yeah, now with the double sleeve. But this is what the French judoka also likes, making shoulder throw with two sleeves.
What are the other chances for the Netherlands today?
Well, of course, with the women we have the 63 kilogram. We have Jules Franse, won in Abu Dhabi. And we have Sanne Vermeer. We have Sanne van Dijk, 70 kilos. So let's see if that will be a medal. And of course, I think for Frank de Wit, it's a big chance here. Of course, he's going to fight. If it stays like this, maybe to the Georgian. That will be a hard one.
Fights well under pressure, though, doesn't he? Does he?
Yeah, and he really loves to fight for his own, his own crowd.
Of course, he does.
Some people
we were talking about the home crowd yesterday, and a lot more people here this morning because Saturday, Sunday, of course, we're going to get more people, and they're already starting to go up into the rafters there. So we should have a good crowd tonight for the final block.
Yeah, it's good to see. It's nice when you have a Grand Prix in your own country that you see that people love watching judo.
Rekviashvili then just doing enough here. Good attacks, but Gilad of France doing well to prevent the big techniques of the Georgian.
Yeah, you can also see that the kumikata of Rekviashvili is very strong because he always managed to get the two sleeves. So also when the French Chilar can make his now he's like he has the upper grip, but he doesn't get the time to make a good attempt.
Yeah, there was difference though, isn't there? When you've got the sleeves as a negative form to stop the other person attacking, it's different, but he uses it positively, that's for sure.
Yeah, he can. Oh, but look, that's a Wazari.
It's a score.
A good score.
Wow. Well, that was a great change of direction as well. So Gilad there.
No, he's no, I think it's more like he's tired. He's tired.
Well, let's hope it's not injured because he went horribly against the leg there, and there's always a danger, of course, that he's injured his knee. But that was a really good attack there from Gilad, and he changed the direction in order to get the Wazari.
Yeah, look at his left leg. Yep. Ah.
Wow, that's it doesn't look good, does it? When you slow it down like that, we're all cringing because we've all got bad knees up here.
We know.
We're all going.
Yeah, we know what can happen.
Really glad that wasn't me. Right, Siatoshi from Gilad there takes Rekviashvili over.
And it's over.
Yeah. You can't carry on. Well, there you go. So Gilad it is. And,
Gilad,
one of the favourites in the category goes out. Rekviashvili there really damaged his knee, hurt his knee, and we could see the pressure that went against it there. But, credit to Gilad. I mean, he pulled out a technique under pressure.
Yeah, he was already down, and so he had just one chance. It was 45 seconds, so he had to go for a big score. it's not possible to make like 3 Shidos in a short, in 45 seconds, and he did. Really good technique.
Yeah. Never nice to see, is it?
No.
Nobody wants to see
no.
anything like that. And I was saying that I hope that it's nothing serious, and of course.
Well, we saw the slow-mo, and it didn't look well.
Just looking at the different, let's have a little nip down to mat number 3. Saganji Rio of Japan against Jaga of the Netherlands. Did I pronounce that right?
Jager.
Jager of the Netherlands. And that's the under 70 kilos category. And this Japanese team, not the top team that's been sent out there, but they still came out top in the medals yesterday.
Yeah,
and every one of them competing hard.
They have so many good players that, of course, the top players will be competing next week in Osaka, and that will be incredible, because in every category you have 4 Japanese, and in some categories they're like all 4. They're capable of winning medals at the Worlds or Olympics.
And we know it, don't we? And they leave them at home, of course.
So they just come with a team like most of those Japanese players. I searched for them, like what are their best results, and they're not like really top players, but still capable of doing a really good
and they
job.
are. Well, like I say, they finished the first day, 5 categories, 2 gold medals, and they came top of the medal. 1 gold medal, sorry, 1 gold, 1 silver, but top of the medals and still capable here. So Osodagari there, and Saganji on top of this match here. Can't stay there, that's for sure. Not a good place to be. This whole of this Japanese team transitioning from Tachiwaza into Newaza. Talked about it yesterday, didn't we? The transition. That every one of them has a technique in Newaza as well that they transition into, and it's not by accident, is it?
No, and you see most of the Japanese, they have like 2 or 3 good techniques on the ground, and they score so many with those techniques.
2 feet went out there. Interesting that Saganji has 2
Shidos.
Yes, 2 Shidos up there on the board. 1 more and it's going to be all over, which would be a big surprise because she's the one that's really initiating the big techniques. Well, again, not a brilliant technique there. The referee is going to penalise her for that. And I think it's going to be all over.
Yep. There it is. Hilde Jager wins.
Well, a good win for Jager.
That's
because,
a really good win.
Yeah, that will take her through to the next round. Well, brilliant, isn't it, that national squad fighters can have a chance against some of the best fighters, and that'll put her into the quarter-final position. She'll have 2 chances to fight for a medal.
Yeah, so here we have Jules Franse. I think our biggest chance of a medal today.
Well, she came out as if she had a task, you know, as if she was meant business. You got a point to prove, would you say?
Yeah. Well, but
Some ways.
she has to well, you can see that the French girl is really aggressive with a lot of energy. Started this fight, and you can go into the same the same energy. But I think for sure it's more important that she stays relaxed.
Sometimes you just need to settle down, don't you? Get the grip that you want, and
because otherwise, you know, in the first minute you can make a big mistake. So now you can see the fight is more easy, and now she's more dominant with her grip.
And it always stems off the grip, and I think that the grip, a lot of the lighter weights certainly going off the sleeve grips, and we talked about it yesterday that a lot of the heavier weights don't necessarily need the sleeve as much. It's not as important.
No. Yeah, but it's amazing what you see now that that if people have two sleeves, that they can throw Seonages to both sides, making all kind of
all different techniques.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, a new variety of techniques, of course, which is why the first 40 Gokyo now is now 67 as part of the Gokyo. The new variations of techniques now that are developing all the time. So a penalty there for Franson. Something to do with the Kumakata. Well, we haven't seen Havel of France. We haven't seen her attack yet. She's just defending.
Yep.
I watched the whole contest earlier on, and it was all about just defense. It was about attack and defense, and it's really differentiating between the two, because there's good Kumakata and there's really defensive Kumakata. And we really want to see it used in a positive way. That's what the referees are trying to sort out here.
Well, I think this is the tactic that Jules is doing, because Jules is almost one head bigger than the French and still trying to make the Seonages. It's difficult for her to get under the opponent. But when she has this left grip, she's a lot stronger. I don't see a lot of chances for the French girl to make a score. So if she just continues like this, I think another penalty will come for the French girl, and that's the end of the competition. Sometimes you just have to win like that. You can go for a big throw and then you take a little bit of risk. And if you know like this is the way you're going to win that, of course for the people in the stadium that's not the
ideal way.
Not the ideal way to win, but in the end, when you win and you will get to the final or something, nobody will talk anymore about this round 2. She won it like on a solid way, not making any risks.
Well, Holleville for sure didn't want to fight, so an easy win there for Franson. So Franson through to the next round and made that look very, very easy.
Can we go to Tatami 1? I think that's interesting. The Georgian.
I think you're right. Shavdatturishvili up then. The Olympic champion at 66 kilograms in London.
And a bronze medal in Rio.
Yeah, two different medals, 2 different weight categories.
Yeah, that's great. Eh?
Yes, amazing.
Yeah. Yeah, and he's in really good form, because he won the Abu Dhabi, and he was really happy with it. So, yeah, we can expect a lot from him today in the 73 kilo category.
There's a Batarov representing Germany here. Had an Ippon win in his first round match to get this far. Shavdatturishvili at the moment can't get 2 hands on. good young German team actually out. It's a real developing team. I think Richard Troutman doing a good job with them.
And well, I know Richard Troutman from way back. And one thing for sure, if we're talking about Kumikata, they know how to do it. And you always see that with the German team, like if they're very talented or not, one thing's for sure, they're always good, strong gripping, and good trained. Yeah, always good stamina and physically really strong. Yeah.
Oh. Wow, he can change it, can't he? To change it on a sixpence, we say, you know, Shavdat Tuishvili, right and left, and always looking dangerous.
Yeah. And so, if I would have fight this Georgian, I would never do the gripping that this German does. You know, also on the back, just like a wrestling style, because you know those Georgians are so strong in this. You just want to be very far away from him. Here it is, Ippon.
Like you say, you know, you don't let them get close, do you? As soon as they used to go underneath my arm, I was running.
Yeah, you were like, no, I want you at least 2 meters, 2 meters away from me.
Stay away from me.
Yeah. At least the first 3 minutes. But yeah, you have to be capable of doing that. And I think the German did quite okay job, but you could really see that difference. Well, in
but I mean, they're all the
Georgian
same.
is a lot better.
I had Shota Habarelli, and the big right arm used to be coming over the top there, but I didn't have any of it. I didn't want. Just have a look how he does it then. That arm round comes round the back in the end. Then he gets the lift there. Uranagi from the front, or is it Uchimata?
Yeah, but what you said about the change, because he comes in right with the right Uchigari and then twists in the air. He twists to a left like Uchimata or Uranaka.
Yeah.
Look, starts with the right. You think there will be a right technique, and then he goes to the left.
Changes the direction. Brilliant stuff there. Shavdat Tuishvili on great form.
And makes it from Mozari to Ippon with this right, with his left hand here. Just pushes him really hard to the ground for Ippon.
So next fight up, we have Kamula of the Ukraine against Barboza of Brazil. We'll stay on this mat for a little while. Everybody out there tuning in, the little microphone will tell you that you've got Dennis van der Geest and myself just commentating at the moment on your mat, but you can go to mat number 2 and 3 as well if you want to go to different weight categories. Under 81 kilograms happening on mat number 2 at the moment, and on mat number 3, the under 63 kilograms category is happening. Kostenko against Yang in that particular match. We're going to stay here. Kamula of Ukraine, Barboza of Brazil.
Barboza, the Pan American champion of 2017. I think that's Ippon.
Oh, definitely. What a change of direction that was. Wow.
You saw that Kamula was thinking like, okay, this will be a score. Try to make like, how do you say, Tani Otoshi a counter attack, but the Brazilian was so deep in it with Seoinage that it was impossible for him to counter attack it, and that made it like Ippon.
Well, the other thing, of course, any counter where you land on your own back, you can't score from. No. But it was a great change of direction actually from Barboza. Super stuff. We might get a little slow motion so we can just give it a little talk through and show what Barboza did. Well, that was good.
Here it is.
You've changed the whole aspect of it. We've seen some great Ippons.
Yeah.
I
just thought in the warming up area, I said I'm going to sit here for an hour, so make a few nice Ippons.
And then go back. You're just going to leave us with the golden scores again.
If I leave Neil Adams, then I want to see more golden scores. But this was a good Ippon. He's a right-handed fighter, but makes a left Seoinage. So he's not on the sleeve, but on the lapel, like standing in the right, and just switches to the left Suyanage. This is an interesting fight. This is a boy from my club. Won his first fight. I was very happy with that. For him, it's really difficult to get to the whole, how do you say it, the whole bunch of people who are like equal. But I think Yarchev is, of course, one of the top players in the 73 kilogram category, so this will be a really hard fight for him.
But you know, this is what's so special, isn't it? Having it on home ground,
Yep.
he gets a chance here to meet Ayachev,
Yep.
and he knows he's got his work cut out, and he's going to be busy, he's going to stay moving. Ayachev has got to just calm himself down if he's going to do what we know he can do. He's got some great counter techniques. He's got some beautiful
foot sweeps with his legs. He's really good.
He looks so confident in his first round match or his second round match.
Oh, that's good.
Ooh,
that was
close.
a good counter for the right Uchimata of Yarchev. This is also a left to right hand fight. So that's always, you can always counter attack the Uchimata if you have the talent for it.
Yeah, he started in fourth gear here, Van Westend, but Ayachev just needs to up his pace a little bit to get back into this match. He's been out attacked at the moment.
I think for the Russian 73 kilo, that's Vazari.
Ashura Wazari.
Yeah. It's really important because I think he's now the best seeded Russian, but you also have Mogishkov.
Well, they're due to meet in the quarterfinals, so they'll meet in the next round.
They're meeting in the next round. So, and
I don't think that's what they kind of wanted either. They put these two out. I think that the two Russians, they're going to put them head to head to see which one comes out in the qualification best.
Yeah, well, that's what I think, because there's not like a 73 Russian who wins on world championships or Olympic champion. You know, so I think at the moment, this is really big Ippon and a real nice one.
Wow.
It's a shame it's the some from the West End is from my club, but to be honest, this was a brilliant technique.
That was some technique, wasn't it? Big, massive Oguruma. Well, we'll look in a minute to see how he did it there, but certainly Ayachev looking super. It will be interesting to see what they do with him and Mogishkov, the Russians. Here it is, Oguruma, and it was Oguruma. It was really high up on the top of the leg, and he just directs him back onto his back.
Just made a really nice circle, just pulled some van het Westen and then in a circle to the right, just to get him on his hip.
Yeah.
And I know for sure you see him standing there in the back watching his teammate slash opponent, because
like I say, it'll be interesting, won't it, just to see how it unfolds, that match. Mogishkov, though, has got to get past Raku of Romania first. And I'd say that out of the two, for me, for sure, Ayachev looking the sharper of the two.
That's true, and I think also Mogishkov won his biggest medals as a 66 kilo player. Went up to 73, I think, already a few years ago, but there's of course, for the Olympics in 2020, you can feel like Yarchev is maybe the best at this moment, but we will see later on if Mogishkov wins this fight. But there's a chance for him, you know. That's why he's here.
Yeah, there's a chance, and it's interesting that when you've got depth in a weight category, you can put them head to head. They don't like it, but it's one of those situations you've got to do it. The coup going in, though, he wants to spoil the party, and he's not going to just give up on this one, that's for sure. Raku fighting hard.
I'm looking at the list of Mogishkov, but like 3 times Grand Slam winner, 4 times silver, 6 bronze medals, 2 Grand-Prix wins. Really good player. But 2 times bronze medal at the Worlds, but that was 66 kilo.
Yeah, different in the higher weight categories, and some of the fighters can really adapt easily to the higher weight categories. They can fight in both weight categories, and others it takes a little bit of time.
No, he won in 2014. He was a bronze medalist, 73 Mogishkov. So that's already 4 years ago. So it will be very interesting. Of course, he has to win this fight against the Romanian, but then we will see them fighting each other
head to head.
That's what you never want, you know. It's always difficult to fight somebody from your own country.
I always call it a domestic.
Yeah.
Little domestic sorting out.
Domestic wars going on. Yeah.
Well, you should see plenty of those. Hopefully, you know, with your own teammates here.
Yep. Yeah, especially tomorrow when we have the heavyweight section. We have Roy Meijer, who is the #1 heavyweight for Holland now for a few years, but Henk Grol just moved up in category from 100 to plus and doing quite okay. And if they both win their first fight, not easy fights, but then they will see each other in the semi-final. That will be the first time they fight each other.
Do they train together at all?
Well, I don't know for sure, but I don't think so. I think that's one of the problems. Yeah, we have the centralization in Holland, where they all train in one spot, but it's always difficult to fight your opponent.
Yeah.
It's not a problem if there's a big difference in.
Yes, if you're the one that
the #1.
Sure.
Yeah. But if it's really close, you're not going to fight each other really hard. So, no, I think tomorrow will be, if they win their first fight, it will be
an
the
interesting
first
one, won't it?
interesting match. Yeah.
Well, Mogishkov finding it difficult here.
Yep.
Raku has the Shido on the board and doesn't mean anything yet. Long way to go. 1 minute left in normal time. Not in normal time, just in the first 4 minutes. And like I say, Mogishkov can look absolutely brilliant. Sometimes he really struggles. But Raku doing a really good job here of containing him. Change the direction any second now. Mogishkov.
But to be honest, at this moment, maybe this is a score. It could be a score. It was close, you know. Of course, you saw that Mogishkov tried to counter-attack him. So, but at this moment, I think the Romanian looks a bit better.
Yeah, but you can not write him off, can you? Mogishkov, you could just kind of steal it.
But here it is, Neil. We're going in the golden score. 2 seconds to go.
Yeah, it's going to go into golden score. It's by no means certain that Mogishkov is going to go through to fight Ayechev.
And I don't think Yarchev is feeling... I think he's comfortable about Mogishkov fighting more than 4 minutes, losing some energy in this fight.
Nice situation, isn't it? Sometimes if you finish your first fight and then you
can
watch
just
the next guy struggling. The longer the better. Now it's going to happen. Something's going to happen from here. Uchimata!
No. Oh, really strong in his score, the Romanian, because this was really good. But then you can see Mogishkov is not like the tallest fighter in the category, so for Uchimata maybe missed like 2 or 3 centimeters. And then it was possible for him to throw Raikou. But you see he's really going for a score now, because he's done with it.
different
feels
now.
like he doesn't want to stay on the mat for a few more minutes, so he's going for an all or nothing attitude. Raiko gets his second penalty now.
Yeah, I think he's starting to open up,
Yeah,
isn't he?
yep,
There's
yep.
the Kouchi as well. And I think Mogushkov now really has woken up.
Yeah, he's going to have a bit more risk in his judo now, but yeah, he feels that this is the only way to win this fight. So he will go again, I think, for the Uchimata.
Well, I had my reservations as to whether we were going to see
There it
Mogushkov
is,
against Ayachev, but I think we might do now. Certainly it's looking that way. 1 minute 10 into golden score. Raku, really struggling. Just needs a couple of more big attacks.
Yeah, I think now it's more than enough. I think maybe they will wait. No,
It's all
finished.
over.
It's finished now. And I think the good decision, because the whole golden score, Mogushkov was trying to make a big score, and Raikou was only defending. So, yes, we will see the two Russians together. That will be very interesting.
I'm going to leave you for a minute, and I'm going to. Sheldon's coming back in, and he's going to be with Dennis, and I'm going to come back in a minute. Good afternoon, Dennis.
Good afternoon.
It's unfortunate, isn't it, that the Artsev and Mogushkov have got to go head to head. I mean, it makes a nice contest on paper,
Yes.
but we know that they very rarely live up to it when it comes to it on the tatami. That's a shame. Anyway, nothing to be done about
It
that.
is what it is.
We've got one of your guys coming on now, Roy Schipper. I
Yes.
saw him early on, he looked reasonably sharp. He's up against Akil Zhakova of Kosovo. It could be Zhakova in the white judogi.
Roy Schipper is-
Schipper.
Yeah, Schipper. He's a pupil from my club. Looked very good. First round, of course. Kyagova is one of the top players, 73, trying to keep up with all the women power in Kosovo, and he's doing quite okay. Kyagova was the European champion under 23.
I think his sister was as well, wasn't she?
Yeah.
He won that? Keep it in the family.
Yeah, keep it in the family. I don't know what these parents did, but eventually they put some judo DNA in it. But of course, you can understand that I'm a bit colored in this fight.
Why not? Why not? Allowed a little bit of partisan from time to time. First minute out of the way. Skipper came out with a little bit of a burst in the
Yep,
grips,
yep.
but since then he's concentrated
trying
on
to
doing
make-
the job.
Yeah. Well, at least Schipper tried like two big attempts, and this is the result. A penalty for Gyakova.
See that flashing scoreboard? That's from the adjoining mat that's signalling Ippon. Xia of China.
Wins against
Alexander
Vitsarchuk.
Vitsarchuk, yeah.
I think you said that he's going to win the 81s next week.
Absolutely, yeah.
Yeah, so maybe
No sweat, mate.
no.
This was just a
Yeah,
little
warm up.
run out. You
A
know.
little run
You
out,
know how
little
it
warm
goes
up, yeah.
sometimes.
But that's a big surprise.
What? That I said he was going to win next week.
yeah, that's also a big surprise. No, a big surprise that he loses here.
Yeah.
But we've seen some more surprises. Of course, I think one of the biggest surprises was the world champion from Iran
Saeed Malay.
loses against the Bulgarian guy.
Ivano Ivailov.
Yeah. What's not a shame,
He did not.
because he's a really good fighter. But
Yeah.
still, when a world champion steps on the mat, you expect something extra.
Neil and I were wondering whether he's still troubled with that foot injury. He came on the mat without really limping, but you could see that there was fresh strapping on there as well.
There was like for 2 kilos of tape on his ankle.
His coach said that he's still refusing to rest.
Yeah, I don't understand why. You know, he's the world champion.
What's the rush?
He's fighting with the red name on his back. Well, just come and go to a competition where you're completely for 100%. You're strong. This is not the way you wanna. Yeah, you wanna make a fight as the world champion just with an injury, losing first fight.
And it's not the way that Jakova wanted this to go. 2 penalties.
No,
picked up
but
by
this
the
is really good
Kosovo.
for the Netherlands.
A little over a minute left to go. Skipper looking reasonably comfortable. He's penalty free as well. As long as he can keep up his defence, I think Jakova's going to be in some trouble here.
Oi!
Well, anything that happens from there would have been just a turnover.
Okay, well, he's close to hold down, but I think for Skipper it's really important that he puts his left hand a little bit higher on the lapel. That's the whole fight, you know. You see, like, the whole fight is about one thing. It's the Jakova, who is a left-handed fighter. Skipper has to have his left hand on the lapel, but it's impossible for him to get this. So every time, like, the first 2-3 seconds are really important after mate. Because the only thing Jakova tries to do is like get on the back of the Skipper. Skipper has to put his hand on the lapel. That's the whole fight. Here it is again. Now he has to sit. Oh man, unbelievable Ippon. Unbelievable Ippon. What a big one.
Well, he took his time, didn't he, Jakova? He was 20 seconds away from going into golden score, and he thought, I've got to finish this.
Oh man. Well, it's a shame for the Dutch boy, but we want to see the replay. Man, this is maybe one of the throws of the tournament.
Yeah, Jakova really got hold of him.
Well, at least it's not a shame. Jakova, the European champion, under 23, won Paris this year. Grand Slam. Look at this, man. Oh. At least if you go out with a bang. Yeah. Yeah, really big hit one.
Huge. Right, on the map now.
Some oldies.
Yeah. Ungary Miklos of Hungary faces Der van Tichelt of Belgium. It's Ungary in the white judogi and Tichelt in blue.
Both fighters deep in their 30s. Still there. And it's always, I always enjoy watching them, especially Ungary, who has this really his own style of doing judo. It's not always like the nicest techniques. He always goes in with 100% mentality. His judogi always in control. Like if they're fighting for a kumikata and somebody pulls out his look, here he goes again. Just making everything looks really sharp. Sheldon, what are you looking at?
Sorry, I was distracted momentarily by something on another map.
Yeah, Sheldon is just watching the crowd. We have a really good crowd here in Holland.
So Dennis, I was in full flow somewhere else, I'm afraid. Right, back to the action.
Look, every time when it's Mate, you will not see Ngvari fight with a judo gi that's not completely
Tidied up. Neat, isn't he?
Yeah.
Very precise in his presentation.
Yeah, another Hungarian from a long time ago, it was Bertalan Hajtos. He also did that. So I think it's maybe something he as a young kid saw Bertalan Hajtos do, and he does it in... I think he doesn't even know
it's
that
just
he does
now.
it. It's instinct. Like if they loosen up their grip, he will tighten up his judo gi again. It's really funny.
Yeah, he doesn't wait for the mate or anything. He's just in between.
Here.
Here we go. Don't have to tell him. Tucking it in.
These boys know each other like really, really well. Have fought many times, so that's always difficult.
Chance for Antigua to work on the ground, but he decides he'll give that a miss this time. A minute 30 odd left to go. Penalty picked up by both Ngvari and Antigua. And we're still looking for the first score here.
Van Tichelt, of course, the bronze medalist in Rio, 73. I think that was his. Also, of course, at the World Championships, I think 2 bronzes, but his Olympic medal was his biggest achievement.
Ngvari picked up a second penalty, this time for passivity. So a slight advantage here for Van Tichelt. Ngvari can't afford another error. Put him out.
Van Tichelt is really, how do you say it, killing the competition. Maybe this can be a Shido, but okay, he gets the advantage, or how do you say it, like
the benefit of the doubt.
Yeah, the benefit of the doubt. That's it. Ngvari is always the most dangerous when the fight is still open. So they don't have like the kumikata already sorted out, but they have like when it's one-handed, or they don't have anything in the kumikata. So the first few seconds here with attacks like this. So Van Tichelt, I think for him it's, maybe he'll get a Shido for it. Yeah, okay. Maybe they sorted it out like with the Seonage Van Tichelt made, and now Ngvari made one. It's like, okay, we let this go. We're going into golden score. For Van Tichelt it's very important that he has 2 hands like on the grip, because then he can dominate a little bit more. And then it will just take a bit of time, and Ngvari will get his third Shido.
Yeah, Ngvari slightly more unorthodox. He's reasonably happy changing things up. And Tichelt a little bit more orthodox, if you like.
Oh, look. Oh. That was like trying to rip his head off. That's what Van Tichelt also tries to show the referee, like, well, that was not a strangle.
Van Tichelt leads the head-to-head between the pair of them.
Yep.
4-2. since 2009. It's perfectly possible that they fought before 2009. We've just got the record back to 2009, which is a good long way anyway.
Almost 10 years, and for sure that before this they had a few more fights. Last time they fought each other was at the Olympics in Rio, so 2 years ago. That was the Olympics where, well, this was the bronze medal contest.
Yeah.
So the bronze medal for Van Tichelt at the Olympics, he won against Ungvari.
Looking for a bit of revenge here now.
Yeah, but in the end, I think, of course, Ungvari wants to win. There, now it's both two Shidos. So that makes the golden score really open now, because they have to do something. Well, this can get interesting. Ungvari is making like putting a lot of energy in this golden score.
That was a better effort, wasn't it?
Yep.
Managed to keep the hands in contact there as well.
Van Tichelt knows that he has to do now something. Otherwise he will be penalized for the third time, and that's the end of the fight. And here again, this is now, I think, maybe the third or fourth attempt for Ungvari in this golden score. So I think Dirk Van Tichelt is now really close to Shido.
This is it. It looks drained as well.
Yeah, yeah. You see in his face that he's not so fit anymore. Ungvari puts a lot more energy in it, putting in the right foot every time with the Uchimata, just attacking left, right, trying all. I can understand that Dirk says like, okay, this was a bad attempt, give him a Shido, but to be honest, Ungvari is the guy who's at least trying to do something.
One more attack from Ungvari without a response from Van Tichelt. I think that'll be it.
I think
even if there's no score, which they have given.
Yeah, they give an Ippon.
But even if there isn't, you could just wrap it up.
Yeah. You saw already 1 minute ago that Van Tichelt, well, he lost the fight already. You can see it in his eyes. Ungvari had more spirit. So this is Ungvari, who will be in the quarterfinal, I think now.
Yeah, into the quarterfinal. But I think we could look up and down the three maps to see which is going to offer us the best chance. But we may as well stay here and have a look at the Frenchman, Guillaume Chain. He's up against Victor Stepu of Moldova next. This is the finish. It's Chain in the white judogi, Stepu in blue. We'll have Anthony Zing of Germany next. There's Shabdato Ashvili to follow that. Sagimuki is on number 2 shortly, as well as Sami Chuchi.
And on the tatami 3 we have the Brazilian Portela for the 70 kilo. I think Portela is one of the, well,
going to be one of the most difficult to beat.
Yes.
I like the look of Alice Belandi of Italy. He's really making good progress. Junior world champion.
Yep.
Already looks well set. As far as the senior is concerned, I think he'll do a good job up there.
Yeah, one of the players that actually make the transition from juniors to seniors very fast. And that's not always what it is.
No, very true.
Oh, this is really close.
Well, we were talking about Sagi Muki, and he's about to take his place on mat number 2. So let's go there.
Yes, let's go to Muki.
On mat 2.
On mat 2.
Sagi Muki of Israel faces a tricky contest against Alpha Umar Diallo of France. Diallo threw beautifully early on. A slightly bigger step up now as he faces Muki of Israel. It's Muki in the white judogi, Diallo in blue.
Oh!
The problem there is, did he just go direct?
Yes, and he gets the Shido for the beer hug.
May have scared Muki,
Yeah,
but he picked up a Shido in the process.
Yeah.
Certainly got the crowd interested.
Everybody woken up. Oh, that's really open fight. I like this style. I like the style of Muki also. Unbelievable strong with his Seonages and with his Sodas. Wazari already. You can see, if I see Muki, of course, he was when he was 73 kilo, he also was a top player. But in 81, you see him grown. You know, he's a really 81 kilo player now.
Yeah.
Of course, with a really interesting win in Abu Dhabi.
Diallo just putting the pressure on Muki, and he stepped out, picked up the penalty. No chance in that. He keeps going. You can attack him.
Diallo, this is the kind of judoka you don't want to fight, because you feel like there's a Wazari for Muki, but you feel like every time you're in danger. Yeah, this guy can put out a big throw in every second, you know, and you don't feel confident like, okay, I'm a Wazari ahead, just I do my kumikata and just I'll finish the fight like this. You know, you have to be very sharp.
The only thing that concerns me, or the question mark that I may have, is we've got a little over 2 minutes left to go. And at what tempo can Diallo continue to...
If it goes on like this, I will go to him and I'll say, switch to running marathons or something.
Have a look and see how long he can keep this up for.
Yeah.
Because Muki hasn't got the reputation of being, you know, the longest lasting.
No.
There. Oh, face plant there. Missed. A little bit too rushed.
Yep.
Settle a little bit, I think.
But I know for sure Muki is watching the scoreboard now and he sees 150 and it's, man, still a long time. Because this is really a dangerous judoka. You don't know what he's doing, you know, he's always like throwing in seonages, being very aggressive in his gripping. So Muki is getting a second penalty now, so this is really interesting because there's 1:30 on the clock and one more penalty and it's over for Muki. And to be honest, like 1:30, it's more than enough time for it. So he has to keep up with the tempo that Diallo is still making. And again, another shoulder throw. No, this will not be an easy win. Makes a Wazari like in the beginning of the fight. Maybe it would be better if you make this Wazari like in the last minute. But now you have like the French guy chasing you for three minutes like a madman.
Well, we're inside the last minute.
Yeah, now we're in Newaza. Muki is on top. So this is the moment I think the coach would say, Muki, look busy. Try to win a few seconds. Every second counts now, because with 2 penalties on the scoreboard, it's a dangerous situation.
And whatever happens, avoid a false attack.
And it's over.
Here comes Jallo again.
Yeah.
Pressing forward. You can see the urgency.
Yeah,
in
and he
his
will
movement.
come with the right Sionage, and maybe one more time for sure. So Muki knows he has to put like 2. Oh.
Up on his feet. He's got that Ojigari as well. He threatened with the Ojigari once.
Yeah.
And that's nice because we've got 2 directions to look at then.
This is, okay, he's standing up really fast, but well, it's 10 more seconds to go. It's really hard for him. Look at this, unbelievable. One thing's for sure, the French guy gives everything. Really tough win for Muki. If you see the scoreboard in a year, and you see like the Wazari, you think, oh, this was maybe an easy win for the Israeli. But we knew,
Absolutely
we saw
not.
that it wasn't. No. Next fight, also very interesting.
Well, he wouldn't have wanted another 30 seconds, would he?
No. He was really close to this second or third penalty.
Right, we've got Sami Chuchi of Belgium coming up next against Jim Heyman of the Netherlands. Chuchi in the white judogi, Heyman in blue. And then we've got Frank de Witt as well. So we may be here for a little while. There you go. He's not one of yours, is he?
No, he's not one of them. But he's one of the youngsters. Showed some good judo this morning. Of course, this is a difficult fight. I think it was Choichi is in the junior world. Good foot sweep started. A good foot sweep. And again a good attack of Jim Heyman. Again a nice open fight. They both go for a score, you can see it. Well, he gets a penalty for this this attempt, and I think, well, that's maybe a bit too fast because they're trying. It's not like he was not preventing something, or because then you can give Shido also now to the Belgian. Oh, this is close to hold down. Yeah. Gets one. Yeah. Joichi won the Cancun Grand-Prix in 2018, so that was like, scores of Wazari here. Few good Belgian players now, always like with the women they had of course always a few good ones, but now also in the minus 100, 90, 81. There's a Dutch coach in Belgium. I think he's doing a good job there.
Who was it that went over to Belgium then?
Yeah, well, my brother, of course, was.
No, I mean coach-wise, sorry.
Coach-wise?
Yeah.
The Belgium, what's his name? No, I forgot.
I can see him. Actually, I saw him yesterday in the Belgian tracksuit and he was laughing about it. I know who you're talking about.
Mark van der Ham.
Yeah.
And I think he's doing a great job there.
Seems happy.
Yeah.
Only 20 minutes away.
Yeah, well, it's close by for him, but you know, it's nice to see Belgium has judo history, of course. In the 90s and 2000, they had, of course, with Ulla Berbroek, Gella van der Kavije, they had a few really good, absolutely top players. For a while it was a little bit less judo in Belgium, and now you see a few strong fighters coming up.
And it's the block that effort from Judo Grand-Prix. Just given up a one score.
Yep. Well, it's difficult also for Jim Heijman. It's not somebody who already has made a lot of competitions at the highest level. Chuchi was, yeah, of course, won Cancun, was the number 2, I think, at the European Championships this year. So really difficult for him to win this fight. "20 seconds to go." Oh, really nice Newaza there. Yes, and hold down
completely.
This is really, really beautiful. Newaza, he steps out. It's unbelievable, and the crowd, well, goes wild here because it's 4 seconds left. This is a really, really unbelievable ippon. Makes a change. Wazari down. Choichi, there was absolutely no. There was, yeah, well, he was just winning, really relaxed.
Completely against the grain of the contest. Yeah.
Oh, this is what makes judo, yeah, nice to watch. That it's till the last second, it's possible to win or to lose.
You were mentioning some of the big names from Belgian judo, and I remember Robert van der Waalen.
Yes.
Big fella.
Olympic champion, 1980, I think.
No tussling with him?
I fight him a few times in the training camps, because Robert van der Waalen was also a guy who was fighting when he was like 50, he was still on the mat. Yeah. But like, this is really, really good Newaza. Unbelievable. Really good Newaza.
Well, the Dutch are going to have more to cheer about in a minute, they hope.
Frank de Wit.
Frank de Wit taking to the mat. He's up against Igor Herrero of Spain. It's de Wit in the white judogi, Herrero in blue. We'll stay here and watch this as we've got the home man on the mat. We've got Dennis Van der Geest sitting in here.
Frank de Wit looks very confident, also his first fight. Always, always pushing forward. Like when he starts the competition, he is always going like straight to the front. That also is sometimes makes him, you know, it's so open. So I'm watching this fight, and I'm like, I want to say it to Frank, like, yeah, maybe you take a little bit too much risk. just 1 minute in the fight, make it a little less open. But it's in his system, so this is the way he loves to fight, and that's why it's always good to watch him fight, because there's for sure always something is happening. I think this was close to a score, but here Frank goes again, pushing really forwards. That's why they're always there on the side of the mat. For sure they will be there for a few more times this fight, because that's what happens. The Herrero turns around, Frank will push forward every time, so it's impossible for them to stay in the middle of the mat. Oh, and this is a Wazari, really good score, Ouchigari. Nice Wazari. They were still fighting for the grips. It was still Kumikata, and then he made a really good right Ouchigari attempt for Wazari. So now Herrero has to put a bit more effort in it. Now we can see in the style of Frank de Wit that he always wants to attack, because now he's a Wazari ahead and still he's attacking like there's nothing on the scoreboard. It's just in his DNA, you know, it will never change.
He always, there's like a friend of mine who
who
goes to McDonald's, he always goes large.
Yeah. I can't remember that person. No.
Little over a minute to go. Frank de Wit leads by Wazari. A good score from the Dutchman. The Spaniard has got a bit of work to do here, and both fighters are going to get
penalty
penalised for avoiding to take a grip.
The Ouchigari Frank made, it's a new attack. Did not see it like 1 year ago, so I think they put a lot of effort in it. He has long legs, he's very strong with his legs, so Ouchigari is an attack that he could make, and now you can see that he scores with it on a Grand Prix. So, and again, really nice one. Just gave the Herrero the feeling that he would go for Uchimata, and just switched to the Ouchigari again, flat on his back. Really nice hip on.
Well, if it worked once, why not give it another go?
Yeah. And it worked. So that will be Frank maybe against the Georgian, I think. Where, yeah, of course he has to win his next fight, but that will be interesting. We will see who will be up next. I think...
well, we're going to go down to mat number 1 to take a look and see what's happening with the Georgian. Lasha Shevdatuashvili is in the under 73 kilo category. He's up against Eduardo Barbosa of Brazil. Shevdatuashvili in the white judogi, Barbosa in blue. We join the contest with them already going into golden score. Shevdatuashvili has picked up 2 penalties, Barbosa just the 1. I think the Georgian got injured in the under 81 kilo category, didn't he? Rekviashvili.
Oh yeah, he was injured. Yeah, so he was out. Yeah. So he's going
out.
to
Nicolas Schillard.
Schillard or the yeah.
Okay. One of those.
So that's for Frank de Wit. It's a good chance to get into the semi-finals. Shevdatuashvili, the Olympic champion 2012 and bronze medalist in Rio. Having a real hard time here against Barbosa.
There's your man.
Yeah, here he is, Mark van Dam.
We were chatting about, I don't know how many,
Yes.
just a few feet away from us, or a few meters. So
Yes,
yeah.
I don't think he's really happy with this last fight. Of course, his Belgium was winning and then was caught for Ippon in a hold down, but good for the Dutch crowd. This is really interesting. The quarterfinal here, 73 kilo, of course. Yeah, you think Shavdatuashvili is well the man to beat today.
I'm going to let you join Neil Adams again. He's going to be back in the chair.
Number 2, third round, under 81 from Germany, and from Moldova,
And here it's over. It's a third penalty for Shavdatuashvili. Loses the quarterfinal. Barbosa is into the semis for Brazil. Well, that's something I did not expect.
I don't think anybody expected that, did they?
No. Well, you're on the
Just the right time for this
the right
one.
time for this one. We were talking
Absolutely.
about it. The two Russians.
I'm going to make a prediction. All right, because we get the chance to make a prediction here. So my prediction is Ayachev in the second minute.
Okay, well I think
Okay.
Yarchev is also a bit better, but it's not so good for a bet if we both say the same. So I go for Mogushkov then.
There we go.
Yeah.
That's it.
Because you never know, you know, maybe
You
these
don't.
guys trained with each other, know each other very well. So it's not always that if you win from somebody from your own country that it means that you're the better player in the whole field.
No. Well, we're looking forward to that one tomorrow in the heavyweights.
Yes,
obviously,
yes,
you know,
yes,
the
yes,
Dutch
we
one,
will see.
and this one we'll see.
First they have to get into the semi-finals both because Henk Grol is fighting Mikhailin from Russia, 39 years old and still fighting.
Yeah, the winner of this is going to go to fight Barbosa.
Yeah, Barbosa.
And yeah, so Shavdatuashvili just just as I came
Oh,
in
look,
actually.
look.
Oh, look at
I'm
that.
going to win this bet. Yes, I don't.
You are.
It was for a really good wine, I thought.
Yeah, well, you know what? Looks like you've got it. There
Yes. Ippon for Mogushkov in 1 minute. That's
we go. Did I say 2 minutes though? We
Yeah.
said 2 minutes, didn't
Yes,
we?
yeah,
I'm
yeah.
sure we did. That's it.
But I did not expect this one.
No. Well,
And I think this is a really, really important fight because these are the two 73 kilo fighters for Russia who are in the race for the Olympics. So
yeah.
this is a big win for Mogushkov.
Well, I wasn't sure whether he was smiling as he came off the mat there, but yeah, big win, as you say, and it's Mogushkov that's going to go forwards to meet Barbosa. And Barbosa causes the biggest upset by beating Shavdatuashvili and defeated him well. Barbosa fighting well. Could he be the surprise of this tournament? You never know, do you?
You never know, but this is also an interesting fight. I saw this guy from Kosovo, Kjakova. I think he's one of the people who can win a medal today. Fighting against Ungvari. I think Ungvari is already like 36 or something. Still fighting at the highest level. Just asked him why he's still on the mat. So it's still.
You asked him?
Yeah, of course.
What
I
did he
asked
say
him.
to you?
He said, they're with a big family, all judo players. He said, "This is just what we do, man.
Yeah.
This is
He's
what I
a good
love."
guy, you know.
Yeah,
He's one of the nicest, most
Yes.
respectful men, and a really nice person.
He trained in my club for a few years. I had a Dutch girlfriend, so he was in our club. Was
Yeah.
always fighting, also fighting for us at the Europe Cups.
And
Yeah,
always-
really nice guy,
Yeah.
and always goes for the full 100% in the competitions.
And you know, whether it wins or loses, always correct.
Well, that's what I said. The fight before, he was fighting Van Tichelt in Belgium. I said, if there's a mate, or if there's like 1 second that grips are loose, he will tighten up his judo-gi. Like always. Always looks really correct. Makes his judo-gi like, here he goes again. He
he's always the same.
He does that every time.
Yeah, he does. Well, it's obviously this is his last chance, Olympic Games, I would think. You know, so going all out for it. Who can blame him? I mean, you're a long time retired, aren't you? I mean, you know, it's a long time, isn't it? You have to find a different direction afterwards. And it's not always easy. I think for a lot of athletes, they find it difficult.
Well, he's still enjoying it, and I think this year he won in his own country, in Budapest. That was like because he was fighting many times, and we were like, yeah, you're maybe a bit too old, and why are you still doing it? And then he just like wins a gold medal. So yeah, well then everybody has to shut up. He's good enough for this.
And he's still in the quarterfinal. He's fighting to get into the semis.
Yeah, but it's over now. Ippon for Gyakova, 3 penalties for Ungvari, and I think it was Gyakova is also the right winner. I think he's really good this day. Won the Paris tournament this year, and was the European champion under 23. We discussed it before, in Kosovo, all the women, they're like absolutely top players. And now there's like the 73 guy.
Well, they got a couple of guys, haven't they, as well? You know, having
see
a
the
lot
level.
of success. A lot of success.
Eventually they woke up, like, what are all these women doing? Like, when they start training, let's do some training also.
Let's do it.
Yep.
So next up, we're looking at quarterfinals here. We always go to the quarterfinals or semi-finals or the better matches if we can. So let's stay here for this quarterfinal match. Sturpu of Moldavia against Zing of Germany, and Zing of Germany is in blue. Getting to the later matches now, and some interesting little matchups starting to happen.
Yeah, Zing has, I think he feels quite comfortable fighting here. Last year he won a bronze medal here in The Hague, so he knows how it feels to win a medal here in this place.
Well, we were saying about the German team, it's a really young German men's team, and really doing well. They had a world champion, unexpected, just last year, and in the under 81 kilos, of course.
Big
yeah. So
who lost today?
Yes, he did. Yeah. He lost,
against the Chinese.
Well, you know, it's difficult as well. I mean, he came back the year later and got a bronze medal. He was more pleased with his bronze medal, actually, because he said, I didn't want everybody to think that it was
just the one-hit wonder.
One hit, yeah.
Well, but if you're a one-hit wonder, then be a one-hit wonder with like a world or Olympic medal.
I remember it was, I'm not sure if it was Yugoslav fighter. It was
Bekanovic.
Was it the one?
Bekanovic. Yes. 80, I think it was 89 or at the Worlds. Yeah.
He beat. I tell you who he beat. From East Germany, of course. Think of it in a second, but I remember when he finished the fight.
Oh, they came on.
Beautiful.
Ippon for the German Zing. And in the semi-final against Gyakova. But they're going on, they made Wazari out of it.
Overthrow there.
Overthrow, yeah. So it's not because the Moldovan tried to defend. No, he was thrown so hard that it was Wazari.
I tell you who it was. It was Udo Qualmas. He beat
Qualmas.
Udo Qualmas
Yes,
in the final,
yes,
didn't he?
in the final. Udo Qualmas.
Unexpected completely.
Still, Udo. I saw Udo a few weeks ago here. In Abu Dhabi. He was for the IGF.
Oh, is that right? He was there.
Yes,
Good.
as a referee or controlling the referee. So that's also.
Yeah. Not just a super judo man, but a super guy.
Yeah,
as
yeah,
well.
super
Superman.
guy. But yeah, it's possible, you know. Just the Bekanovic winning the Worlds there in his own country. We had the Italian 73 guy who was the Olympic champion, Basile. Or Basile, how you pronounce his
Basile,
name?
yeah.
Yes, and we saw him afterwards a few more times. But yeah, the chance of him winning another big medal, you never know for sure. But
it doesn't seem so, does it?
No. But then again, you know, if
Yeah.
you then have to win one big medal, and it's that Olympic gold, yeah.
That's the one to do. Well, he gets the hip on for it,
Yes.
Zing. Zing was all over him, actually, wasn't he? Stepu didn't
Yep.
stand a chance, and
No.
Zing goes through now to the semi-final. Good performance from him.
And he will fight, the Kyakova from Kosovo. The other semi-final is Mogishkov from Russia, who had a small against with the other Russian, Yarchev. And Barbosa for Brazil, who made, I think, one of the biggest things in 73 by winning from Shavdatuashvili from Georgia, who, if we would have said this morning, like, who do you think will win the 73?
Exactly. You wouldn't have had it, would you?
No, I would say Shavdatuashvili, because he looked very, very strong in Abu Dhabi. And, you see what happens? He's out.
Yeah. There's the shimiwaza
Good
from
newaza.
Zing, yeah, and he was right on top of it. Brilliant stuff. And here's the other quarterfinal, the under 81 kilograms. We've got Ivanov here of Bulgaria against Visan of Romania. Ivanov back to form.
Yeah, well, Ivanov won against Molai, first fight, the world champion from Iran. Molai was, I saw him getting injured in Abu Dhabi, and I saw him walking on the mat with like 2 kilos of tape on his ankle. Didn't look 100% fit.
Well, because you're always thinking about it, and then you've got to consider how much training he's been able to do on that ankle. Because I was talking to Sheldon about it, and he said that he's pulled some ligaments in the ankle.
But then I don't understand why he's fighting here.
Well, his coach didn't want him to, apparently. It all came from Malai. And it's just one of those things. I guess it's when you, as coach, I'm sure your dad, if he didn't want you to do an event, you didn't do it.
No.
And that was it. That's when you got to step in.
Yep.
You know best.
No, because maybe for him it's also maybe the red back patch gives him a bit more pressure as the world champion, and now he lost in Abu Dhabi, had a 5th place because of this injury. Now he lost first fight. Maybe it's
time to give it a rest and and start again. I agree with you. He won't be able to do the Masters, I wouldn't think, which is the last tournament before Christmas.
Yes.
Top 16 in every weight category fighting the Masters. Ivanov in white here, Visan in blue.
And well, it's not a big shame to lose against Ivanov because it's not a bad player. It's a guy who also wins a lot of medals at Grand-Prix and Grand Slams.
He was also world #1 for a bit, wasn't he? He was the most consistent for sure, and I thought that he's destined to become world champion, but it hasn't happened yet. Maybe this is the run, but certainly showing good form here. Visan, though, has other plans because he's going all out here.
And if I look at the records of Ivanov in the last year, it's not that good. It's all 7th places. Last time he won a medal was in Düsseldorf, 2017 Grand-Prix. So that's some time ago. He fight at the Europeans, fight at the Worlds, but didn't manage to get close to a medal.
It's funny though, isn't it? Why do you think that is? Is it just going off the boil a little bit? You lose a little bit of coordination. You lose why? What makes somebody that's been so consistent all of a sudden not able to compete?
Well, I think sometimes you get in a negative, how do you say, the spiral or
yes,
something?
Spiral's a good word.
And you just have to make a lot of competitions to get out of it. And it can change, like if he wins this one, he's in the semi-final, he will fight for a medal. It will
change his attitude.
Yeah, yes, if like the engine is running again.
When did you know, as a competitor, that it was the time to kind of finish? Did you know it? Was it something inside, or did you want to keep going?
No, I felt in 2008 at the Olympics. Oh, really nice Wasari from Ivanov here. Good score, good Seoinage. So I felt it like I was fighting Olympics 2008, got injured first round. And then I tried to get up because the World Championships 2009 were in Holland. Tried to start training again, and then I felt like really from the inside I felt like I did not have the right motivation again. And then you can train really hard. You get
it's not the same, is it?
You will get to the level that you still can compete, but you see it when you see older judoka. When they win with Ippon or so, you don't see it. Oh,
wow.
Yes.
Wow, brilliant stuff. Ivanov, two great big Seoinages, one on the left, one on the right. Wow. He's
really
looking
nice.
really on top form today.
Yeah, you sometimes you see it in golden scores. When it's really close of winning or losing, then you can see if somebody is still like really from the inside wants to do everything for it to win. Well, for sure at this moment Ivanov is really into winning, because this is the way you want to reach the semi-final. Big shoulder throw.
Massive win for Ivanov then, and now we're down to the nitty-gritty, because we have Muki of Israel.
Yes, against the Dutch guy Jim Heijman. Jim Heijman, who had a great win against the Belgium.
Hasn't he done well, Heijman? I mean, he's done incredible.
Yeah, so well, that's
now then.
What are they going to do? I think they're going to give Ippon or not, or Wasari.
Well, I think that it's going to be a Wasari, but and what a counter there! And don't forget, everybody that's watching this, that Muki is the man on form. Segi Muki is one of the most dangerous men on the planet at the moment.
But I think let's see what happens with his feet.
I think he may have just caught the foot. You can see it just twisted underneath him there.
Really, really close to. Yes, okay, he's still there for the injury, so we changed the mat for a short moment. Quarterfinal, Jules Franse, one of our biggest chances of medal for the Netherlands today. It's over. I think Muki is over. He's injured.
Well, that's an amazing win, isn't it?
It is, and
Heijman will go through to the semi-final.
Heijman, yes, it's over. So Heijman is in the semi-final. Well, that's...
You wouldn't have written that one down at the beginning. Not beating Muki as well. Let's concentrate on this one, because you've got another one here.
Yes.
Jules Fransen, of course, fighting Yang Junzi of China, and another possibility to go through to the semi-final.
if I had to give you 100 options for the 81s, there wasn't one option with Heimann in the semi-final.
Tell us a little bit about Hyman, just quickly. I mean, do you know a junior coming through?
To be honest, I don't know.
No. But he's been fighting amazingly today. He's just done amazing.
But he's a really good judo player, because I loved his foot sweeps and the way he's fighting, really open. So, but all our all the eyes here in Holland are always on Frank de Wit, of course.
Of course.
Who is fighting now also in the quarterfinal, and he is like really the number one fighter in Holland.
Good to have another one there.
Yes. Okay. Well, Jules Fransen here now in her quarterfinal. Still no scores.
Having problems
she has a difficult time here, and the Chinese is showing some really good newaza.
Well, Yang is one of the Chinese fighters here that is causing absolute mayhem at this championships, and there she's got Fransen in a hold down.
Yes. Well, you hear the crowd yelling for Frank de Wit, who wins his quarterfinal, so he's in the semi-final for men under 81 kilos. But here Jules is losing with a hold down, and you could see it coming. The Chinese showed some really good newaza.
Yeah, they've had a really great run of it. Another semi-finalist from China, and Jules Fransen just will be disappointed, but she'll still have a chance for a medal, and she'll fight in the repechage final to see if she's fighting for third place. But a good performance from Yang.
Yang in the semi-final for women on 63 kilograms.
Well, some big surprises happening, and
this was like 20 minutes of fun. If you're watching the Grand Prix now, sometimes you have like 3 fights and you're like, well, whatever.
And they disrupt
and
everything.
Then you see like 3 fights that I want to see this one, I want to see that one. Yeah.
Let's go up to number 1, please, if we can. Shavdat Tuishvili is there against Ayachev in a repechage match, and I just want to nip up there. Let's just have a little look at these 2 fighters here, because it's 2 world-class fighters. It could be a final, really, but it's not. It's a repechage final, but we'll just have a little look, see how it goes. Of course, we're going to concentrate on our quarters and our semi-finals in a second. I just want a little look at this, just for the interest's sake. 2 fighters that we didn't expect to be fighting for third place.
So everybody was cheering for. Let's go to Frank de Wit.
Right, okay. So we're going to go back down to mat number 2.
Sorry, maybe.
Yeah, no, you're dead right.
That's
absolutely.
the Dutch guy, but it's also the quarterfinal, and we thought it was over. There was Ippon for Frank de Wit, but they changed it. They made it a Wazari. So that's difficult, man. If you're fighting and you make an Ippon, you think the fight is over, and then they change it to Wazari. You have to concentrate again, and you know that the other guy feels like, okay, I get another chance. Like,
and then he comes out totally different, doesn't he? Wow, on good form, and possibility. Is there a possibility of a semi-final or final between the 2? It's looking now. Well, DeWitt's on the other side here, so there's possibility of a final. Could it be Hyman and DeWitt? That's an interesting situation, under 81 kilograms, especially with the field that we've had. Frank de Wit all over this match. Shalad finding it difficult. Looking for the Sangaku. Here we go.
Yeah, really
Can he
good.
tie it off?
Really strong Neewasa for Frank, and for him also really good because he wins like 10 or 15 seconds with this.
Quick look at the clock there, I think.
Yeah, and it was, he was like
Big deep breath.
getting a bit of blood in his feet.
System. Yeah.
Yes, because you know what it is with Sankaku. If you really try to strangle the other one with your feet, gives so much pressure on your body. 20 seconds to go.
Oh,
there's again the Ouchigari.
Well, that's second time we've seen that. Beautiful,
really good one.
sweeping Ouchigari. Beautiful stuff. Frank DeWitt on fire.
Two Wazaris in the third round before this quarterfinal, and now again. And I just told to Sheldon, like, this is a technique I did not see from him like 1 or 2 years ago. So it's something they worked on.
Yeah.
You can see in Frank, if you see them, you can compare them now. Really long legs. This is his, he's really good with his legs. So.
Yeah, look at the drive he gets off that. Drives off the back leg.
Really good, really good.
Look how he goes in off the back leg there, and he changes his hips as well. Drives the hips forwards. Brilliant stuff. Frank DeWitt then into the semi-final.
So we have two Dutch in the semis. Of course, Heiman, who won against Muki, is fighting the Bulgarian Ivanov. Ivanov looks very strong today. And Frank DeWitt. And he will be in the semi against or the German, Ressel, or the Italian, Esposito.
Well, Esposito, we know that he
has the strangest haircut
he does
in the whole judo family.
The judo family, did you well,
that's what we have to say, Neil. We're a judo family.
I know, and we are indeed.
Yeah.
Well, he does like to showboat it a little bit, Esposito, and especially if it doesn't go his way. So we'll see what happens.
At least
here.
it's a character, and I love characters.
Well, we need them, don't we? We really do. We need characters. We've got to get on the pace a little bit here, Wrestle. Just Esposito dropping underneath him all the time. And he gets a Shido up there. Well, again, just dropping all the time, Esposito.
First time they fight each other.
Well, he gets one this time, and that was for not attacking properly. So you've got to make sure that you get rotation or that you break balance. Really important to do that. Oh, he almost gets a score as well. Esposito just tries to do the tip there, just tries to take him over. Wrestle hasn't attacked properly yet, has he?
No, but I think for Wrestle this is really important. It's a quarterfinal. If he wins this, he will fight for the medals. And of course with Wikserzak in the same category, who's out already because he lost against the Chinese earlier on. This is like if you want to make like a progress or you want to make like a step from your opponent, because it's, of course, it's really hard if you have an opponent in your own country that also competes at the highest level. Then this is his chance. This is
a big chance for him, isn't it? Absolutely.
His opponent, his German opponent, is out already.
We're now starting to go to work a little bit. Wrestle. Like you said, big opportunity for Wrestle here, because the Germans will keep putting the both of them out there, Wikserzak and him.
For sure.
They'll take their double chance. And that was a bad attack. I thought that's going to be another penalty there. And Esposito just drops, no rotation whatsoever.
No, I don't know if it's like the right word for it, but the judo of the Italian, it looks a bit sloppy, you know?
Yeah, it is.
He does a lot, and it looks really like he's doing all kind of stuff, but
not doing a lot really. And a lot of it is tactical play, isn't it? It's just showboating. That's why I said it's
busy.
a little bit of
showboating.
shouting. You know, I'm doing this, I'm doing that, but actually the attacks are not with conviction.
Well, 1 minute to go. And if he's going to make false attacks like this, then
going to be all over.
He will get another penalty because
he was lucky to get away with that, because that for me was a false attack.
Yes,
I mean, it had no intention of throwing. No. And this is the chance now for Wrestle. Wrestle.
Yes, there it is. Ozari. Well, we know the Germans are good in Newaza, so he will pick up some time here for sure.
Needs to click onto that arm.
Yep.
That's what I would do.
Well, we'll
keep seeing these opportunities and think, now then. Like you say, valuable seconds here. Can he get the leg out? Has to look busy. Has to look progressive.
Well, now he has to stay dominant. You know for sure that the Italian will try to come with one more big attack. But the left hand of Wrestle is very strong. This is dangerous. Like in the last 3 seconds, sitting on the back of Esposito.
It's not a good thing, is it?
No, it's a bit too much risk, but I think he felt like that he could do it. So Wrestle in the semi-finals.
Yeah, we've got the semi-finals now. Ivanov against Hyman, DeWitt against Wrestle, and we have the semi-finalists in the under 81 kilos category. And I think if we, at the beginning of the day, put all our eggs in one basket, we wouldn't have come up with that one anyway.
I just wrote a few names. I thought Frank de Wit was capable of semi-final, but of course Mollai, Wiksersak, Muki, maybe Chuchi, the Belgium, but
didn't quite happen, did it?
2 Dutchies in the semi-final. So that's of course, you know. It's not only for me, but if you're like, looks really strong.
Wow, Barboza against Mogushkov here in the semi-final of the under-73s, and Mogushkov made that look so easy. And he just turned him over, didn't he?
Yeah,
and it was a baby.
It's a bit the same as he did against Yarchev. His second win by Newaza. Look at this. Yeah, look at, puts his tongue out, knows that he's winning this one. So he's in the final.
Good performance from Mogushkov and good Newaza. Just goes to show that Newaza now such a huge part of our sport again, and we've got it back, and I can honestly say that.
And he really makes a big difference today, because Denis Yarchev, his biggest opponent in Russia, just lost the repechage against Shavdatuashvili. That's also something, and then you have a repechage, and then you think, okay, then maybe in the repechage I will have not the best fighter, and you see Shavdatuashvili lose. Yeah. That's your repechage fight.
Yeah. Well, that's why I said, you know, earlier on, I said this could be a final, and it could be, of course, on another day, but today's another day again. So the other semi-final here, Jakova, the other man on form, great form at the moment, against Zing of Germany. Winner for you? Prediction?
Jakova.
I think so too. I think it's going to be too much for Zing, and he's just, so
Such
typical.
Dominant grip, unbelievable strong.
unbelievably strong, unbelievably aggressive, isn't it? And just going forwards all the time. They're the worst ones, aren't they? They never give you a chance to rest.
It's now half minute. I know for sure Zing standing up now with the first mate, and he thinks like, what the hell? Okay, I didn't expect that.
No.
That this gripping is so strong, but you know, it's 4 minutes. You don't know if it's like this for 4 more minutes.
True.
We all had like fights that in the first minute you're thinking like, this guy is like 3 times stronger than I am, and then a minute later it's like, well,
who was your guy?
Yeah.
Tell me who your guy was.
The strongest maybe I was fighting was a Romanian guy, was Lungu.
Ah.
Also made a few MMA fights after his judo career. But he was strong for... Oh, nice Rosari. Yeah, he's the man in form, man.
That was using the edge, wasn't it, for action-reaction. Talk about that, because actually Zing, 2 feet went outside. The referee kind of half let it go, but Jakova was coming in for the Sasai, and that was brilliant stuff. Brilliantly taken.
Jakova knew that Zing had to do something because he was almost out of the competition area, so he had to like circle around to the left, and that was the perfect timing for the foot sweep, for the the barai.
Yeah. It was Sasai. It was beautifully taken.
Yep.
My guy was Novak. Michel Novak.
Yeah.
The strongest in the, physically the strongest for 3 minutes for sure.
Well, with Lungu it was like for 1 minute you thought like, this is ridiculous.
Yeah,
impossible.
Absolutely
and then
impossible.
After 1 or 2 minutes it was like getting closer and closer and closer.
Yeah, except for the Olympic Games when he came at me for 5. He never stopped.
Yeah.
Slight miscalculation on my part, actually, when it came on.
Well, at least after a few years you can laugh about it.
Yeah, we can.
Cried enough in your bed.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, the dominant grip of Jakova, like 2 hands, like not on the sleeve, but both on the lapels.
Well, you know, he's got to be a little bit careful with that.
Because
that is the Korean grip,
yes,
isn't it? And we said that it's got to be sleeve lapel, it's got to be traditional, and anything else, you know, then they are giving a lot more time now.
And
from the
I think
that's better, isn't it?
I think it's a good decision because it's possible to throw when you have 2 lapels. It's possible to throw 2 sides.
Yeah.
And I'm not always enjoying the fight for the sleeve grip.
No.
Because that's a lot of kumikata.
And like you said, you know, it's not always easy. I mean, you've got one of the top fighters in the world, you know, gripping your sleeve or gripping you, and it's not so easy to turn in for an attack, you know. So there's a lot more leeway now with the kumikata, and I'm glad. Unlike
if you're fighting with 2 hands on the lapel, it's a more open fight.
Yeah. Well, he's got the sleeve now, and as long as, when they've got the sleeve, they use it in a positive vein, then it's got to be better. Doing everything right here, Jakova. A bit of a tactical match as well, as you would expect. Zing having to come forwards all the time.
Zing is a dangerous fighter, you know, he can throw. So Jakova is doing this tactically very well. He feels that he's stronger in the grip, so he doesn't make any big attempts anymore because he knows, well, with this Rosari, I will, if I do it like this, I will be in the final. So this will be a good final. Jakova fighting Mogoshkov from Russia. I think for sure the 2 guys that I saw today who were in the best form.
Definitely the 2 best in the final.
Yep.
I think so, in the under 73 kilos category. Jakova then goes through, and Mogoshkov Jakova should be an absolute belter. Should be a great match. That was the. That's how to use the edge, not
No.
to get a penalty, but to use it for your advantage. Talk about action reaction.
You know, when you push them to the side, you know, yeah, okay, he has to circle to the left. That's what the German did. He could not circle to the right because then he was out of the area also. So that was the only solution, to go to the left. And he knew that he would do this, and just made a really good sase.
So back to the under 70 kilos category then, quarter-final match, and we've got Portela of Brazil and Belandi of Italy. This is on mat number 3. So still mat number 3, mat number 2 and 3 still in action. Mat number 1 now is finished. So we're getting closer and closer in the preliminary rounds here, and closer to the final block. Don't forget that the final block will start at 5 o'clock local time here in The Hague, 4 o'clock in the UK if you're listening in, and it will be Sheldon and I taking you through those medal matches.
We will see. We can see that the repechage is there with Muki on the board. It still takes a few more minutes for this fight to start. Oh, let's see if he goes. Yeah.
No, he's definitely not going to go. So
No.
we've just heard that Segi Muki has got an injury.
Yeah, he was injured
so
against the Dutch guy.
Yeah, Vlad Visan will win. He'll go through to fight for 3rd place in the under 81 kilos category in that repechage match. Shame, and we can only hope and hope that Muki's injury is not as serious, and that he recovers quickly.
Yeah, because well, for Muki, this is a guy I buy a ticket for. You know.
Me too.
I love
Fantastic.
his style.
Well,
judo.
because he comes from everywhere, doesn't
Yeah.
he? You know, and his judo is exciting. It's left, it's right, and I'm exactly the same. And not only that, a great guy as well.
Portela, for me, one of the outsiders of winning today.
Just plugs away, doesn't she, Maria Portela? Not the biggest in the category. She has an uranagi as well that sometimes she scores well with. Well, one of them's going to get it, and I think it's going to be Belandi now. Is she going to get the 3rd penalty? Portela just doing enough that it's going to be decided on penalties.
A little bit of Dutch also on the tatami, because it's a Dutch referee who gives the penalty to the Italian.
Yeah.
So Portela is in the semi-final. Portela had a really good start of 2018. Well, she won the Masters in 2017 December, and like a few months later on, she won in Ekaterinburg the Grand Slam 2018. Well, didn't manage to fight for the medals at the World Championships, but now in The Hague is in the semi-finals. So, and let's see.
Sally Conway, then the Olympic and world bronze medalist, and she's fighting here in the quarterfinals in the under 70 kilos category. Willems of Belgium, her opponent. Sally Conway, good tachiwaza skills and good newaza, always quick with the transition. Let's hope that she gets a little bit of time just to build on this. I was talking to Alexander Yaskovic just about how we needed time to build sometimes for a technique. And there she's trying to get inside the arm. Look how she's trying desperately to get inside the arm. Now looking for the shimiwaza, and then she'll look to get that leg out for the osai komi. The referee allowing this to carry on. There it is, it's out. Yes. And she's got the osai komi, so great stuff from the referee. He let it carry on.
Well, that's what I wanted to say. Yeah, because sometimes, you know, in Waza, sometimes the people, they just look busy to earn a few seconds. But here you saw, like, she really had a plan. She was working for it, and she just needed like that extra 5 or 10 seconds to get the leg out.
That's the thing about good Newaza people. She had plan A, B, and C, ended up with C.
Yeah.
She started on the arm, then she went for the shimiwaza, and then it was to get the leg out. And brilliant bit of Newaza there from Sally Conway of Great Britain. And
She
she's
will be
through.
fighting
Yeah.
the Brazilian in the semi-final. So now we have Sanne van Dijken.
Dames en heren, jongens en meisjes, laten we horen voor Sanne van Dijken!
Well, home support, that's for sure.
Yeah. Sanne van Dijken last year in The Hague was in the final.
Oh, she's
Great
gonna
start.
score.
Yes. Wazari and let's go for the hold down.
Yeah, she's going to come out the legs, is she? Will the referee let it carry on? They're still in the area at the moment. He'll allow this to carry on.
Yep.
If he thinks now that it's going to end up in a hold down, he'll let it carry on.
But she missed like a big chance of making a hold down because Boetkereit was still like
well, like you say, I mean, it finishes it, doesn't it? It's all over then. You haven't got to go the other 3.5 minutes.
Yeah.
Great start, though, from Van Dijk.
But I think she feels really confident. Good
Now.
Newaza again.
Needs to go onto the arm, let the head come up. Just pop the head away and apply pressure into that joint.
Yeah,
that arm looks like it might come out.
Needs to pulse. There it
Coming
is,
out.
there it is. Yep.
That was a good performance,
That was
wasn't it?
a really
Van Dijk.
good, really good performance. Looking really strong from the first second.
Well, a lot of
Semi-final.
chances certainly for medals here for the Netherlands in the second day of competition.
And it's interesting who she's going to face in the semi-final because there's another Dutch girl in the quarterfinals with Hilde Jager, who is fighting Anna Bernholm.
Well, Anna Berholm is certainly, she's found her weight category. She's come up from the under 63 kilos category, and all the success that she had there, she's had more success at this higher weight.
Yeah, and Bernholm also really is the favorite in this fight, but
You never
you
know.
never know. You never know.
You never
And
know.
the home crowd, of course, is giving everything for Hilde Jager.
Berholm started well, started strong. Good attack from her. Or could it be an all-Dutch semi-final? Just might.
Look,
Oh,
that's really close to score.
just a little bit too much on the front there, and so Berholm almost gets the counter, but not quite.
But for sure, they're going to do the video refereeing. It was also difficult for the referee because he was standing on the other side to see the way Hilde Jager came on the tatami. So from this side on, we have a better view. Here we see it again.
I'm going to ask you a question, whether you think that warrants a Wazari or not, in your eyes, or do you think they should be a little bit more distinctive with the Wazari, more of a line?
I think it's Wazari, Neil.
Yeah, of course you do.
Yeah, but this was like that's I understand, that we don't have the Koka and the Yuko anymore because it makes it more easy to understand only with a Wazari or a Ippon. But the difference between two Wazaris is sometimes so big. You see like the Wazaris that you think like, maybe a few years before it was Ippon for sure.
Sure.
And then you see like a really, really small Wazari. And
It's not the same, is it?
yeah.
That's going to be a score there for Burholm. That's a Wazari scored. Is it Wazari or did she get the Ippon? She gets the Ippon,
get the
actually.
Ippon.
Yeah.
And well, you saw the whole fight that Anna Burnholm was a lot stronger. But still, you know, for Hilde Jager, a good quarterfinal will be in the repechage.
Another chance for a medal. Just oversteps it there, doesn't she, Burnholm, and drives her onto her back. Yeah, I'm the same as you. I just think that there's too much difference between the two at the moment, but I'm sure that we're going to work it out. Everybody knows my opinion on it, but of course I'm not allowed to say it, which is why I asked you the question.
Yeah, so just use me as bait.
Yeah.
Oh, that looked like a kickboxing start of the Japanese.
Ivanov of
Yes,
Bulgaria.
Of course, I want to see the Dutch girl, but let's go to the semi-final on the other mat. Also a Dutch guy against Ivanov.
Yes, well, this should be an absolute cracker, shouldn't it? Semi-final, then we always go to the most important match. Of course we do. And this semi-final against Hyman. Hyman has been the surprise of the under 81 kilos category, that's for sure.
Yeah. And showed some really good fights, but here I think Wazari for Ivanov.
Yeah, Ivanov now trying to go round that leg. Can he do it? Ivanov goes inside the trousers there. They're going to definitely stop him for that because he went inside the trousers in order to gain...
I don't know if they saw it now. The leg is out.
Well, you know what? I'm really surprised they haven't stopped that because now he gets an Ippon.
Yep.
But he went inside the trousers in order to get the leg off.
Yeah, I think he did.
Yeah, he did. Without a doubt, we had it there. It was right on there.
Well, Hyman will be fighting for the bronze. Still great tournament for him, but you could see that Ivanov was really like one step too much for him.
Absolutely. Well, we're going to see it now in slow motion.
No, this is later. It was more before.
Yeah, you're right. So they're not going to show it.
But in the end, really straight, strong win. Ivanov is in top form today, winning his first fight against the world champion Molai. So he's in the final, and will he be in the final? Frank de Wit for the Netherlands.
Well, great chance here of a finalist, obviously. Frank de Wit.
So this is the third time Frank de Wit and Dominic Ressel fight to each other. The first two times Ressel won.
And the last time Frank de Wit won.
No, Frank lost two times against Ressel. But it's already like 2 years ago, so...
a little bit different here then.
A little bit different, but they know each other.
Well, I think certainly on home ground here, it's going to suit Frank, and he's going to take the fight to Ressel 100%. Ressel, though, very, very cagey fighter.
Yeah.
That Ouchi there, it's there, isn't it?
Yeah, it's there.
I mean, it's you can see he's done a lot of work on it.
Yep. But I think it's a bit more. Good attempt from Wrestle. I think for Frank de Wit now it's a bit more difficult to make this Ouchigari because Wrestle is a left-handed player. So for Wrestle is his left leg is not his how do you say it, his standing leg, so it's more open.
Yeah, I think it's going to suit Frank.
Yeah. But you can see that Frank, you know, he feels like it's a semi-final. I want to be into the finals, but he's not fighting that open that we saw the last
he
fight.
does that, doesn't he? Sometimes he's so open, just caution to the wind, and then other times he closes it up.
But I think the most important part is that if it's a left-handed or a right-handed fighter he's fighting, because if it's right to right, then he can go like maximum over it, overpowering the other one. But if it's left to right, because you can see that Wrestle, he has no problem. He thinks it's okay if Frank de Wit will put his right hand in his on the back or in his neck.
Yeah, he's comfortable with it.
He's comfortable with it, and absolutely looks strong. This is going to be a real close match for
I think he has to change the tactics a little bit here, Frank de Wit, and I think that Ouchi needs to get that working because it's been working for him all. There it is, and the Ouchi there just opening up the situation for the Sumigaeshi.
I hear my own dad coaching from the tribune. He said like, don't take too much risk, don't fight till the end, don't try to make like a big score because you want to finish the fight. Sometimes you have that feeling like, okay, well, I don't care anymore, I just try to make a big hip on, and if I got thrown then it's over.
Well, that's how he loses sometimes, isn't it? You know,
that's exactly the way he loses sometimes.
Yeah.
So this is going to be a really tactical fight. Then it's possible that he wins because now Wrestle gets another penalty.
And this is where the tactics come in, and sometimes you have to do what is required.
Has to be prepared to fight like this for 10 more minutes or 15 more minutes. Eventually to put like one more penalty on it and don't make too big attempts, because Wrestle is a really good judo player.
Yeah, but Wrestle now negative. Talk about he just doesn't want him to get his hands on.
No. So we're going to the golden score. Interesting semi-final this is.
Yeah, it is an interesting one. Oh, great attack that was.
Just, Wrestle is fighting as a complete lefty, and then out of a sudden he makes a right Osotogari.
Wow, good match.
Yeah, this looks like a bit something you see in the circus.
A good Barani there.
A lot of fun going on, but no scores or whatever.
So, yeah.
But
we're having fun anyway.
It looks great. Yeah, it's a good fight.
Great fight, and this is what we want to see. This is what everybody here wants to see as well. Great atmosphere in this stadium.
But you see, like the Ouchigari, we saw a lot today from Frank de Wit, that it's really difficult to a left-handed player to make the same Ouchigari, because the left leg of Wrestle,
so
no, it's never his standing leg.
Yeah, no, I get what you mean. I see what you're saying.
So that leg is always like flexible. And Frank needs him to put him on this left leg, and then he can make like it's not more like a Gari, but more like a Kage.
They're after a score there now then. Something's happening here. So, well, it looks like it's going to be a third Shido there for wrestle. And that means that DeWitt.
I think that's a shame
through.
because
I do too.
Yeah, because I was still enjoying it, and
I don't think that should be a third penalty because they're both going for it.
no, I think they will go on. Yes. Wrestle looking strong now with its left hand and has a good grip also with sleeve. So this is difficult for Frank now.
Oh, looking for the tip this time, DeWitt.
He's waiting for the counter attack
Yeah,
into
well,
Uchimata, but to be honest, Wrestle has his grip too good, like in my opinion, because yeah, of course I hope Frank de Witt will win. I think everybody will understand that.
Now then, starting to open up now. Something's going to happen here. Both of them starting to open up. And just having a little look around this stadium here, we've got quite a few people standing on their feet here. Right the way, they're all behind Frank de Witt.
Frank de Witt is our poster boy on the Grand-Prix. Everybody sees him on
He
the
literally is the poster
he is the
boy.
poster boy.
Yeah.
He is the poster boy. So everybody is here for Frank for sure. So if you manage to win this semi-final, that would be great for all the Dutch spectators, of course. You want to see a Dutch guy in the final.
Of course you do.
Or a girl, of course.
Now taking the chance.
Yeah,
Something's going to happen. Oh, he just dropped down there. Was that because of the technique from Frank de Witt? It's going to carry on.
Yeah, but he's really close. Wrestle now to a third penalty. No, he goes on. Oh man, they go for it.
Well, both fighters absolutely giving it 100%.
Good that the referee just keeps continuing this fight because it's worth it. But now maybe.
Well, it was a good attack. I don't know why everybody's screaming for another penalty. It was an attack.
But you know that the bucket with water, like it's filling up, so everybody is screaming like with everything.
No.
Because this was also a bad attack.
That was definitely a bad attack, and he's definitely going to get a penalty for it.
There it is.
You cannot afford to do those at this stage of the contest.
But you can understand that the crowd thinks they see like the Uchimata from Wrestle and then afterwards the Sumigeshi from Frank de Witt. They see it as two equal things. Oh,
now
this
then.
is... Oh.
Wow, what a match. Absolutely, what a match.
Now it's completely open again, eh?
Yeah, it really is.
They both have to show everything now, so this will... Hopefully a score.
Now it's going to be.
Yes,
he gets it.
Yes, and the crowd.
Yes, he gets it.
A final for the Netherlands. Frank de Witt wins his semi-final.
Well, now that that's over, we're just going to go quickly. I've got Sheldon going to come in with a very special guest. I'm going to thank Dennis.
See you later.
Thank you very much for all of the commentary you've done for us this morning. And we've got a very special guest coming in because on mat number 3, the under 63 kilos category, we have China versus Romania.
What a way to finish. I know that really pleased Dennis van der Geest. And thanks very much to Neil Adams. What a finish that was. He's had the Ojigari working absolutely perfectly today. Terrific effort from Frank de Witt. Well, we join the contest now between Yang Junxia of China and Stefania Dobre of Romania. There's no score as yet. We've had a little over a minute, and I'm delighted to be joined by the silver medalist from yesterday in the under 57 kilo category, Lo Tongjian of China.
Hello.
How are you doing?
I'm good.
You're a bit nervous, eh?
Yeah, a little bit, because this is my first time to,
I thought you were nervous because of your colleague,
also,
Yang
yeah,
Junxia.
of course.
Chance on the ground where we know Yang is strong. Here's a chance for the turnover. She's just got to free the leg. There's nothing wrong with that.
Continue. Just continue.
Yeah,
just continue.
Dobra's looking for the mate, but there's nothing wrong with that because this is a continuation that started in the competition area. She's just got to free that leg, and that foot looks as though it's coming out.
Okay. So
Well, that was a good action there, and Dobra's not going to want to get involved in that kind of action on the ground again. She knows just how dangerous Yang is from that position. You must have practiced with Yang quite a lot on the ground then. Where's she from? Which city is she from?
she's from Shandong province of China.
Shandong?
Yeah.
Okay. And which city in Shandong? You know the name of the city?
In the north of China.
Okay. Looking to go over on the left side and then right. Showed both sides that time to Dobra. Little Sumigeishi effort. A little bit loose, and she's got herself in some trouble here with the arm. She's got to just bring the leg up and block that effort on the arm. Okay, you know, you take a chance. A little bit of a slip, but she tidied up, so no harm done. Minute and a half to go. Yang looking the busier of the two fighters. A little bit more coming from Yang at the moment. Again, another good grip from Yang, and this time left-sided for the Seoinage. Yang rather carelessly giving away a penalty for stepping out the area. It's got to be a little bit careful with the Shidos. You don't want to start collecting them for no reason. Well, you don't want to collect them at all.
Okay, good.
Close. Almost with the turn. Yeah, the big Ojigari and then almost got turned into the last minute already. Mind you, we did join it with a little bit of time gone. And another chance. The Sumigeishi again is on two occasions now. Hasn't been the best attack. Maybe just leave that one out.
So he tries to pick up from Nevada.
To encourage her into the ground, yeah. Chance for the turnover here, and there's a Osai from here.
Okay,
yes,
okay.
Again, second time today. Osai coming, yeah. Yeah.
Just stay hold.
Yeah, nice and tight on the top. Good position with the legs. Good balance. This one is going to Yang Junxia. And she's had to tap out as well because there's a lot of pressure there with the reverse. Yeah, she's probably looking for you somewhere in the crowd.
Just going to the final.
Yeah. Now, you were in the final yesterday.
Yeah. And also under 48 kilogram, Xiong Yao.
Xiong Yao was also in the final, and then you had a bronze medal contest that you lost. Li Yanan.
Yeah, Li Yanan.
So this is a really strong showing from the Chinese team, in particular in the lighter weights. Okay, 63 is sort of, in the middle weights, but are we going to see the same tomorrow? Who have you got in the heavyweight division tomorrow?
Tomorrow the heavyweight under 40, under 78 is Martin Zhao.
Yeah, Martin Zhao.
Liu Yi is new.
Okay, a new one. I haven't seen her before. Yeah. And in the plus 17
is Jiang Yanan and Jia Qi.
Okay, so that's what we've got tomorrow. On the mat now, we've got the second of the semi-finals in the under 63 kilo category. Maëlle de Cintio of France faces Alice Schlesinger of Great Britain. It's de Cintio in the white judogi and Schlesinger in blue. Well, you can stay with us for a little bit unless one of the others wander back. You'll be nice and comfortable up here. And
sure, I just feel a little bit nervous.
Well, no need to be nervous now because Yang Junxia has made her way into the final. I think, I could understand if you're going to be nervous in the final.
When I watch my teammate on the contest, I was still nervous. But I was on the contest, no. I don't know why. Yeah.
Well, everything is in your control then.
Yeah.
You know yourself, and what you got to do. It was the other way around for me. I wasn't nervous if I was watching someone else, but I was incredibly nervous myself going on, and it drains the power from you. You lose power when you get that nervous. You know, you can be shaking and your stomach is rumbling and everything. So I was never a good competitor, I'm afraid. No score yet, but both fighters have picked up a penalty apiece. Schlesinger can still attack from there. Thought about the Sumigeshi, but it was a little bit delayed, and by that time the Chinchio was ready to block that. We've had the first minute, and Schlesinger just showing a slight discomfort with the left hand, maybe some of the fingers in there, and a second penalty picked up by the Chinchio with 2 minutes 50 left to go. That's a long time to avoid picking up a penalty, isn't it? Right away you can see Schlesinger trying to maneuver her opponent towards the edge of the contest area to make it a little bit different, a little bit difficult. You're thinking about the turnover on the ground from there, maybe. I can't see the Chinchio going for the whole 2 minutes and 50 seconds without picking up a penalty. It'd be very difficult. She's got to finish this early. Schlesinger pressing with the left arm around the collar there, looking for maybe a big hip throw, or perhaps Uchimata, maybe Haragoshi, you never know. Something on the leg. There's the Uchimata come Ojigari. Really wasn't settled, I don't think. Schlesinger was a little bit uncomfortable when the Chinchio got the arm around the waist. Bit of a threat there. Maybe after tomorrow's medal you'll be further up the ranking list and close to Masters, or not?
No, it's far.
Ah. Yeah. Where were you yesterday? 30, 34 or 32, or where were you on the ranking list?
54.
Oh, right. Okay, so it's a good
Maybe
way
coming
that,
up a little bit.
yeah, maybe you're in the 30s now. Yeah. And are you going to Osaka or not? No Osaka. So okay, that could be it for the end of the year then. No control over that one. Schlesinger going onto her front, onto her knees, and the Chinchio falling away. So
It was a nice attack.
yeah. 40 odd seconds left to go, and it's now Schlesinger who picks up penalty for passivity. Chinchio decides that she's going to try the Sutemi Waza, but that doesn't work either. Schlesinger saw that one coming.
Yeah, maybe try one more penalty.
So, no score. Both fighters have picked up 2 penalties apiece, and De Cintio did make it for the whole almost 3 minutes
Yeah,
without giving up another penalty.
it's going to be good as well.
Which way do you think this is going then, Tongjian?
I think it's Alex.
Alice Schlesinger, yeah. Just shading it
Yeah,
for me. She's been doing a good bit of attacking, took a little bit of break and picked up the passivity penalty, but she's come back quite strong
yeah.
in this golden score period.
Ooh.
Looking for maybe the Sode Tsurikomigoshi, perhaps. Schlesinger. Little Ashiwaza from De Cintio. Oh, good turn.
Oh, good.
Good reaction.
It was really good direction change. Right. The first she would just try run and then turning back.
Yeah, good change of direction there from Schlesinger. She felt the attack from De Cintio and she was able to react to it well, taking control and putting De Cintio on her back for the score. A minute and 8 seconds into the golden score period. De Cintio a little bit angry with herself, I think. But she was trying to go for it in the end. So Alice Schlesinger into the final.
Next
Against
on
Yang
team
Jin.
number 3, the under
It'll be Yang Junxiao
Yeah.
of China. Yeah. That'll be a good one. Right, coming on to the map now. Alice Balandi of Italy faces Gabriella Willems of Belgium. It'll be Balandi in the white judogi, Willems in blue, and Alice Balandi is fresh from her Junior World Championship gold medal winning performance in the Bahamas a couple of weeks ago. She's in the white judogi. Willems is no longer in the juniors. We didn't see the Chinese team at the Junior World Championships, I don't think. Didn't send a team this time round.
Yeah, we didn't go there.
Ah, okay.
Plan to, but something's coming up, so it's just cancelled.
Shame. Shame. Would have liked to have seen some of the young and up-and-coming Chinese. We've still got a couple of contests left to go before we take a break for lunch, I suppose. That will be in about 15 minutes' time, depending on how the contests go. Anyway, there's no score in this one. We've had the first minute. We'll have the pleasure of Lu Tongjian's company, maybe just for this last repechage contest, and then we'll let her go back down to join her teammates and prepare for the final.
Yeah.
Yeah, that'll be a good one. 5 o'clock we get underway with all the medal matches. 4 weight categories on this, the second day of competition here at The Hague. It's the under 63 and under 70 kilo categories for women, and it's the under 73 and under 81 kilo categories for men. Single Shido picked up there by Balandi. It's not a bad effort there. Long legs from Gabriel Willems, almost catching Balandi. She's got a way of just stretching out that hand to keep herself away or keep her opponent away from her. She just caught Belandi in the face there accidentally. She held up her hand to say, you know, sorry, my accident. I don't think she's going to change her style. It's always been her style. Very strong. She couldn't find a way to work the arm lock from there. You know, once you've got your opponent's arm, there must be something you can think about to try and take advantage of the fact that the arm is out. So many times you're with an opponent and then they're close in, you've got no chance of getting onto that arm. So when it is out, you've got to find a way of making them pay for that mistake. Still that right leg from Belandi is just a little bit too close to her opponent. I think she needs to just take a step back and make that space a little bit too big for Willems to come up with the Osodogari. She hasn't got to step very far to come up for the Osodogari. Just withdraw that leg a little bit and make it really difficult. And if she does come across, the space is really big and maybe you can take an advantage with a counter. Belandi for me is just a little bit too close. That was better. Yeah. Almost. Yeah. Koso Tagaki just threw herself at that one, almost catching Willems.
20 seconds. Yep.
Well, the failed attack there by Belandi gives Willems the chance to work on the ground and just to eat up the clock. She's not really that bothered about the arm. All she wants to do is to see the clock run out, and it does. And it's Gabriella Willems of Belgium who goes into the bronze medal contest. Belandi, it's a 7th place finish for the youngster. I'm not sure how many Grand Prix she's been in. Maybe 1 or 2, I suppose, but it's early days yet because she's still a junior. Our thanks to Lu Tongjian. She was a silver medalist in the under 57 kilo category. Yesterday, her teammate Yang Junxiao is in the final. It's where you were yesterday.
Yeah.
So maybe she'll have a bit more luck than you did yesterday. A silver medal yesterday. Maybe the Chinese will take a gold. She's up against Alice Schlesinger, and we wish you and your teammate the very best of luck.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much for joining us, and we're going to see you in Guangzhou anyway, yeah?
Okay, sure.
Okay, we shall look forward to that. Okay, thank you very much. Okay.
Bye-bye.
On the mat now, Miriam Boetkereit of Germany faces Hilde Jager of the Netherlands. It's Boetkereit in the white judogi, Jager in blue. That was nice to get one of the athletes up here and chatting away quite openly. Speaks good English. Lu Tongjian, that is. Second of the repechage contest in the under 70 kilo category. That's got the 2 semi-finals coming up next, and then we'll take the break I was talking about. We'll probably have about a little over 2 hours for the break. Boetkereit is playing the Sangaku Gatami there, and Hilde Jager caught on the ground. So a win there for Miriam Boutkereit. He goes into the bronze medal contest. 7th place finish for Hilde Jager. So the first of the semi-finals in the under 70 kilo category. Maria Portela of Brazil faces Sally Conway of Great Britain. It will be Portela in the white judogi in blue. Delighted to be joined again by Neil Adams.
Yes. So Sally Conway
Yeah.
here fighting to get through to the final. Portela, and I think
Alice Schlesinger made it into the final. She's going to face Yang Junxia.
wow. So some interesting fights, I think, in this first period of the second day here. And I thought good for the Dutch, of course. And
Oh yeah, it was a good end, wasn't it?
I was
Yeah.
with Dennis, you know, through some of the really important matches, and of course that all-important one. And in the under 81 kilograms category, and I think Frank de Witt got a chance there in the final, but did well, really, to get through.
Well, in the under 63 kilo category, they've had a bit of a tough time there. Jules Fransen losing out in her repechage contest. She was the only Dutch fighter to make it into that kind of area. She lost out because the bronze medal contests are going to be Doi of Japan and DeCintio of France. It'll be Livesey of Great Britain and Dobra of Romania. The final is Yang Junxia of China. She's up against Alice Schlesinger of Great Britain. That's the under 63 kilo category. I'll come back to the 70, which is the one we're doing here, because that's still underway. But let's take a look and see what's happening in the under 73 kilo category as far as the bronze medal contests are concerned. Lasha Shavdatoashvili will face Anthony Zing of Germany. And then it will be Victor Sterpu of Romania to face Eduardo Barbosa of Brazil. The final will be Musa Magushkov of Russia. He'll be up against Akil Zhakova of
I think
Kosovo.
that's going to be an absolute crack of that one. You know, I think both fighters are going to go for it, and it should be all action.
And then as far as the under 81 kilo category is concerned, that's the other men's category that we're covering. That was the one that had the exciting finish there with Frank de Witt. But the bronze medal contests feature Vlad Vizan of Romania. He'll be up against Dominic Ressel of Germany. It will be Antonio Esposito of Italy to face Jim Heyman of the Netherlands. He's had a terrific
He's had
day,
a
hasn't he, Heyman?
fantastic tournament, absolutely. He's been in there and caused some real upsets.
And then this morning, if you were with us at the beginning of the day, you will have heard Neil talk about Ivelo Ivanov and just how, you know, difficult a time it's been for him, despite the fact that he had shown so much promise. Well, some of that promise materialized today, and he finds himself in the final against Frank de Witt of the Netherlands.
It's going to be another one, another good one. And this fight here now, Sally Conway of Great Britain really taking the fight to Portela. She realizes that if she attacks too high, Portela's going to look for that uranagi. So she's got to be a little bit cautious about that. One Shido apiece here into the last minute. This is the last contest of the first session of the second day here in The Hague. Some good judo and some really big surprises. Both on the sleeves, but got to go in there. Portela, for me, always very, very defensive off those sleeves. and manages to get it for Conway, and I don't think it should have gone there, because I think she was protecting and pushing down so much that it was impossible for Conway to attack. Oh, look at that! She's got it! Sally Conway! She does, well, Makakomi just at the right time there, and Patella almost walked onto it. Well, she did walk onto it, but what I'm saying is she was going forwards, and Sally Conway is in the final. That was a brilliant Makakomi there. What an opportune bit of judo that was. Super stuff there. Conway takes it down. She puts the arm down to stop herself, but it didn't manage to do it, did it? It was near the edge of the area. What a way to finish. Finishes on an ippon, and that was a great ippon there by Sally Conway. Guaranteed a medal now. She's through.
Well, the second of the semi-finals is underway now. Sanne van Dijk of the Netherlands faces Anna Bernholm of Sweden. It's van Dijk in the white judogi, Bernholm in blue. And this one's going to be over in no short time as well. Van Dijk showing that she's got some throwing skills.
Yeah, straight into the attack there. Does the Uranagi. Bernholm straight away in trouble here. Just 20 seconds gone. She's had a good day today, Van Dijk. I was talking to Dennis van der Geest about how much a home crowd means to you. And he said, well, you know, for some, it's not always the best thing. And I feel the same, and Nikki, my wife, she kind of feels the same as well. It's not always the best thing, but certainly Van Dijk here performing to the crowd.
It's warming up, isn't she?
Yeah, it was fantastic. Yeah, no, she's really doing well.
Nice little sumigoshi effort there from Bernholm.
Yeah, I was going to say she loved it in the quarterfinals. She just she's playing to the crowd and encouraging them to clap harder.
Well, we're certainly going to have some representation as far as the medal matches are going to are concerned for the Dutch. They got a bit of a blowout yesterday, but that won't be the case today.
No, a lot of chances.
Frank de Witt offers them the best chance. The poster boy, if you like. We'll have the other two from the poster tomorrow when we've got Martin de Verkerk and Roy Mayer.
She's on the arm here. Can this be all over?
Oh, here we go. Problems. Just the turn, just the turn.
Van Dijk waiting for the mate there.
She looked untroubled, Van Dijk. But Bernholm was gritting her teeth and pulling for dear life.
Well, we had that remarkable situation yesterday where
crazy.
One of the ladies was being arm locked, and she was just kind of sitting there as if it was
not happening.
Well, no, not really.
Yeah. Never look worried.
Try harder. I don't think it'll happen for the men. The men are so muscle bound that just get it a quarter of the way out. And yeah, that's enough. Well, again now, Van Dijk goes onto the arm. Well, Bernholm she realises that she's going to have to really go forwards here, take a couple of chances. Was Harry down? Van Dijk just manages to stop it.
She's giving it a good effort, isn't she?
Yeah, she's going in, isn't she? She's going in hard. That Uchimata.
A little over a minute left to go. Van Dijk coming under some strong pressure, picks up a penalty for passivity. I'm not surprised given the amount of effort Anna Bernholm has been putting in. Here she comes again.
Van Dijk just holding off here now, and I think she's going to get Shido if she's not careful, because she's just going behind on the attacks here. Bernholm putting her under unbelievable pressure. Oh, now then, almost Uranagi again. Going forward so much, Bernholm, that obviously you're going to leave yourself open. That arm goes over the top. Van Dijk waiting. 29 seconds left.
Just what she wanted, to engage on the ground with just a few seconds left to go. She'll try and burn as much time as possible. I don't think the referee will let that go on for much longer unless she makes some real progress.
No, quick look up at the clock there, and that was totally obvious, wasn't it? And like you said there, should have been an immediate mate after that. 7 seconds left on the clock, and the Netherlands might just have two finalists here. That's going to be a Shido for sure.
She can afford to burn one. She kept
Only
a
one,
clean
that's
sheet.
all she's got. Van Dijk goes through then. She's in the final, and that means two finalists. Yes, nice little smile on her face there, says it all.
Yeah, well, you saw that. That was kind of like relief, wasn't it? Realising, hey, I know it was close, but I had it under control. Don't worry. I had it under control. We'll come back to the under 70 kilo category when we've had a rundown of the weights. I think we'll do that again. Why not? Because I know I mentioned it to you before, but we can go through it again. Right, that was the last of the action from the first part of the day. Sanne van Dijk is delighted, and I'm sure the Dutch fans are too. When we come back at 5 o'clock, we'll have all the medal matches. We'll feature Lasha Shavdatoashvili up against Anthony Zing, and Victor Sterpu of Romania up against Eduardo Barbosa. The final is Musa Magushko of Russia. He'll be up against Akil Zhakova. Your thoughts on the Magushkov-Zhakova final, Neil?
I think for me, Zhakova is just the man on form at the moment. Saying that, Magushkov has been absolutely terrific. I mean, he's just his last two ippons, great newaza. Can't write him off. I think Zhakova.
Okay, and then the final of the under 81 kilo category, your particular favourite, or one of your favourites, Ivelo Ivanov, up against the home man, Frank de Witt.
I think that on home ground, Frank de Witt might just pull it out. I saw him when he went to Paris, and he was inspired by the support, and and he just lifts himself to the big occasion. I think he might just do it here, and I think that he might just shade it over Ivanov.
And then in the final of the under 63 kilo category, it'll be Yang Junxia of China to face Alice Schlesinger of Great Britain.
And I think that possibly Schlesinger might have too much for her.
Okay, the final of the under 70 kilo category, Sally Conway versus Sanne van Dijk of the Netherlands.
Possible 2 gold medals for Great Britain, and it's not because I'm British that I'm saying that, but I just think that Sally Conway will be taking it to ground. I don't think Van Dijk has been tested on the ground, and I think that if I was the coach, maybe that's where I'd say go.
Okay, it will all unfold, or for some people it will all unravel at 5 o'clock. We're at 2:45 here, so we've got 2 hours and 15 minutes. We look forward to your company for the final block. But from Neil Adams and myself, and thanks to Freddie and Darko, it's bye-bye for now.
Bye for now.